Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Sarah Bracken. I work for the Refugee Educator Academy at the Center for Learning and Practice, and we are thrilled to be here today in partnership with Childhood Education International, where we'll be talking about this very important and timely issue, welcoming Afghan students and families. You'll hear from incredible presenters today who have unique experience with this population, and I'm looking forward to learning with you today and just learning from our presenters. So we're gonna get started, and I think folks will be trickling in, but we're gonna go ahead. Few logistical notes: we're recording this event, and we'd ask that you please keep your microphone muted. And we recommend, because of the size of the event today, that you turn your video off to increase bandwidth while we're in the whole group. But of course, when we're in breakout rooms, you can turn your videos back on. If you have a question, an idea, or a resource, please share it in the chat box. We are always looking to share information with each other in this network of educators. We also have tech support today. So if you have a specific technical issue, please don't hesitate to send a note to our tech support, Michelle, in the chat. Thank you so much. I'd like to introduce my colleague, the amazing founder of the Refugee in Practice, Julie Casper. She is coming to you live from Tucson, Arizona. Hi, Julie, good morning.
Good morning, Sarah. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. I'm so grateful to be here with you all today, to join in this event, to learn together, and really to build our community of support for each other in this challenging and really beautiful work that we do. I want to give a special shout out to Sarah Bracken, to Jeremy Booth, and to Michelle Allen for all of the hours they've put into preparing this event for us today. So thank you all very much. And thank you everyone who is giving of your Saturday to be with us, to learn with us today. I'm really, really, truly appreciative. So I work for the Center for Learning and Practice, and our vision is to ensure that every individual has access to really high value, high impact learning. We want to ensure that whatever your profession is, you're able to learn and grow in that profession within a community of practice. Next slide. The flagship program within our Center for Learning in Practice is the Refugee Educator Academy. Founded in 2017, we've grown in leaps and bounds over the years, and many of our founding members are here with us today, which I'm really excited about. The Refugee Educator Academy specifically focuses on increasing the number and accelerating the preparation of qualified refugee educators and service providers in the United States, where we are today, and around the world. We work with partners, global NGOs, local NGOs, and community-based organizations, and school districts, ministries of education, to make sure that teachers have opportunities not only to participate in, but also to co-create learning opportunities and to build communities of practice. And the practitioners you're going to hear from today are incredible people who are in our schools, who are in our communities, who are in our nonprofits, working with refugee families. And the knowledge they're going to share with us today is going to help us all move more confidently into our work. They're going to raise some critical questions for us to consider in that work. And I'm just really, again, very grateful to be part of this today. And I welcome you all. I hope it's a very rich day of learning. And I look forward to hearing from you in the future. I'm going to turn it over now to our partners at Childhood Education International. We are so excited to have partners in this work. Diane Whitehead is the CEO for Childhood Education International. She's going to tell you more about that organization, and then we'll get into our event for the day. Thank you again.
All right, thank you so much, Julie. It's really, really exciting to be with everyone today. We've been waiting for this moment, so we're really, really glad to be here with you. So welcome to today's session, everyone. And we know that most of you are going to be coming to us from the United States, but we may have had a few people enter this environment who are from other nations working with children and families who are in refugee situations. So we welcome you as well, and we hope that what we're going to talk about today will be relevant to your situation. You're going to hear a lot of information that I hope will be supportive of you. So we ourselves are really pleased to be working with the Center for Learning and Practice. It's an exciting moment for us to be involved in this partnership. And at CE International, we really do believe in sort of supporting these in what we call innovative solutions to education challenges. We also believe that children's learning is going to be that sort of sustainable pathway, right? That pathway to sustainable futures for us all. We know we have to attend to children and to the support that their families are receiving if we want to sort of continue along our progression of human development. So we have a practice area that we call Rethinking Education. And we really, within that practice area, we have several practice areas, but within that one, we really are looking at, ways to kind of creative and innovative ways to solve these education challenges of today. We do have a global network. Through that global network, we're really looking at these education challenges as well, but also the health and well-being, community issues that are impacting children's learning and children's development. So we do involve ourselves in more issues. We put education, of course, at the center. That's important to us, but we involve ourselves in a lot of other related issues as well. And we know that the world is facing some very unique challenges right now, significant challenges. And so we look to working through collective action. And that's why it's so important that we're really excited about the work that the Center does and about all of you who've been involved in this work for so long, because we believe that together we can really help to make change in the world and change for those, individual child, right, and an individual family. And we believe in that. Today, we specifically want to welcome those who are newly arriving Afghan sort of refugee situations to the United States and help them to settle into those communities and schools, and remembering that they're facing an enormous change, distress. Many have been traumatized living in conflict zones. We need to be mindful of that, and we're going to be talking about how to help them to find safety and security and new opportunities for their new homes in the United States. And it's at times like these that we have to recognize how important education systems are, right, to providing an outstretched hand and a greeting to those, and helping to embrace and welcome families to new communities. So we sincerely thank you for your participation in today's session and for the work you all do for children and families every day. And we know that the Center for Learning and Practice has been doing this work for several years now, and we really appreciate the expertise that they bring. And I'm looking forward to hearing the knowledge and insight that we'll have coming from our presenter practitioners today. So thank you so much. We appreciate being in partnership with Center for Learning and Practice and are excited about today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diane. With that, let's talk about today's objectives. So today, we're hoping that by the end of today, or even within different presentations, if you're here with us for just part of the day, that you will build knowledge about the cultures, languages, and experiences of newcomer Afghan refugees and their resettlement process in the US. So just right off the bat, I'm going to tell you something I learned when we learned of the refugee crisis beginning. So Afghani is the money and Afghan is everything else. So as we talk today, that's something that I just wanted to throw out there as my first learning a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, perhaps our presenters were going to share that too, but I just thought I'd throw it out there. The second big objective today is to identify strategies, as Diane said, for creating welcoming learning communities with and for Afghan refugees in your classroom or school, community, organization. So this isn't just about how to increase learning and cognitive and academic growth. It's also about thinking about social and emotional learning, thinking about the strengths that Afghan students and their families are going to be bringing into our communities. So I'm really excited for both of these, both to build our knowledge base about these communities and also to think of how we can create that welcoming space. Just to give you a quick overview of how it's going to work today, we have 4 sessions. They each begin on the hour. And how it will work is our presenters will share their knowledge and their passion for about 30 minutes. And then we'll have some time, about 15 minutes, to ask them questions. And then we'll have a break. So after 2 of our sessions, we'll have a breakout rooms where you can go into smaller groups and really discuss what you're learning, what questions are coming up for you, maybe share some resources and begin that networking that is so much at the heart of what the Center for Learning and Practice believes, that we are stronger together as a network of educators and a community of practice. Our first session is going to start in just a moment. It's an introduction to Afghan refugees and refugee resettlement. After that, we'll hear from a school counselor about creating welcoming schools and a sense of belonging for Afghan students and their families. We'll have a significant break in the middle, and then we'll hear from a panelist of really diverse educators about teaching tips and tools, and we'll end today with attending to mental health and well-being perspectives from a psychologist who resettled from Afghanistan as a high school student. So please, if you can stay with us all day, or half day, I really encourage you to. It's going to be awesome. We are recording today's event, so for those of you who cannot be here all day, we will send out an email with a link so that you can see whatever you missed. So without further ado, I am so honored to be able to introduce our presenters today. And our first presenter is Meharia Habibi. She is a program officer for monitoring and compliance with IRC, the International Rescue Committee. She is a former refugee from Afghanistan and has been working with refugees at the IRC for a while. Meharia left Afghanistan at the age of 12 and lived in Pakistan as a refugee before immigrating to the US in 2001. Meharia has worked within refugee resettlement and serving the community since 2002. She holds a Bachelor's of Science in Management from University of Phoenix. She currently lives in Tucson with her 2 sons and mom. Meharia also serves on the board of Tucson Afghan Community Association. Meharia, thank you so much for being here today. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and hand it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Sarah, for that wonderful introduction. And I'm so glad and honored to be here with all of you today. My presentation is mainly going to be a brief introduction to, the refugee resettlement and who qualifies as a refugee, as well as sharing my story and a short video that's been the story of some Afghan girls in Afghanistan. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Sarah, if you can please confirm that you can see that and you hear me okay.
Yes, it looks great. Thank you. And Meharia, I'm sorry to interrupt. My colleague Jeremy has just mentioned in the chat that right now the screen is being shared, but at any point you can always change the view to the option where you just see the speaker, and that will really bring them and their words into focus. As other questions come into the chat, we are watching those questions. We'll wait until the Q&A period to answer them if they're about the presentation. And if there are technical questions, we'd ask that you direct them to our tech support, Michelle. You'll see tech support as her name today. Meharia, I apologize for interrupting you. Please continue. Thank you for being first today as we work out kinks.
No problem. And you are seeing the presentation, right? In
Yes.
full screen. Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So once again, thank you so much for the opportunity. And yes, thank you so much for being here on a Saturday morning. I'm happy to take questions at the end. Right now, I don't see the chat, so if others can bring up any questions that needs to be answered throughout the presentation. So I would like to start with first with defining who is a refugee. But before we do that, I would like to share some numbers with you to put in perspective on, what the refugee crisis or the displacement crisis are. And these numbers are provided by the United High Commission for Refugees. So based on the year-end trend report by the UNHCR, or United High Commission for Refugees, over 82 million people are forcibly displaced worldwide. Of that 82.4 million individuals that are displaced, 4.2 million are stateless and they live in other countries. 4.1 million are asylum seekers, like some of the ones that you have heard or on the news here in the United States, or others that have fled their home countries and they are seeking asylum in their first country of asylum. 48 million people are internally displaced, or IDPs, which is really unfortunate. And we will talk about numbers significant to Afghanistan in a later slide. Of the 82.4 million individuals that are forcibly displaced, 26.4 million are refugees registered. So this doesn't mean that other individuals that have fled their country, they're not refugees. These are only the individuals that are registered with the UNHCR and are given the refugee status, which we'll talk about on, what is that definition and who qualifies as a refugee. It is really heartbreaking. When I was looking up the numbers of that 82.4 million individuals that are forcibly displaced, 35 million of them are children. That is 42%. And this is only the report, the numbers that were included in the UNHCR report by the end of the year 2020. So who does qualify as a refugee? Refugee is someone, and this is the 1951 UN Convention definition of a refugee, which is also adopted by the Refugee Act of the United States. So in order for someone to qualify as a refugee, they have to cross an international border. So those that are within their country, they're IDPs, they're internally displaced. So in order for someone to meet the refugee definition, they have to cross an international border. They have to register with the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, or UNHCR. And it is someone that cannot return to their country of origin, or they're unable or unwilling to return to their country of origin due to a legitimate fear of death, injury, or persecution, because of war, race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group or tribal affiliation, or their political opinion. So what happens when an individual flees their country, or they're forced to flee their country? It is not automatically that they will be resettled into a third country. So the UNHCR actually has durable solutions, and they're identified in 3 categories. The first and foremost is, helping to intervene and resolve the conflict within the country of their origin, so that these individuals could repatriate and they can go back to their home country. If that is not an option, they are not able to go back to their home country, then the second option is looking at different ways to help them integrate into the country that they first, or in their country of first asylum, so where they first fled to. So for example, Afghans that have fled to Pakistan or Iran, are there options for them to integrate into that community? And often those, that option is impacted by different things, such as, the willingness of that country to be providing that option for the refugees that have fled their country, or the economic factors that impact that country, and they're not able to provide that permanent integration into their first country of asylum. After those 2 options have been taken into consideration, and if they're not possible, then some of the refugees are then referred to by United Nations High Commission for Refugees, or UNHCR, to be resettled into a third country, such as the United States. So, although I don't see the chat, I'm curious to know from all of you, what do you think that percentage of refugees that do have the opportunity to resettle into a third country, what that percentage looks like?
I'm happy to shout out your answers if you
Yes,
throw them in the
please.
chat box, and then Maria can see your guesses.
Just some numbers.
10%, 1, 5, 10, 21, 18, very high, 7, 50. You get the idea. It's all
Yes.
over.
Thank you. So unfortunately, less than 1% of that 26.4 million refugees have actually the opportunity to be resettled into another country, such as the United States. And United States is one of the 15 countries that provides, that opportunity. And it is not one of the top 5 countries, such as Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, and those other places are for, of the top 5 countries that actually host these refugees as the first country of asylum. So what happens after UNHCR refers an individual to be resettled into a third country, such as the United States? Of course, each country has their own processes. The resettlement process, the refugee vetting process, I should say, for the United States is really rigorous, especially for individuals from some of the countries, such as Afghanistan. Overall, and when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about the refugee pipeline and those that are actually are processed overseas and before they come here. Of course, the evacuation that took place in the month of August, and for those individuals that are here under the Afghan Placement and Assistance, APA program, that process looks a little bit different. But during a regular process, this is what the refugee screening process looks like. It's an interagency process. It involves the Department of Homeland Security, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Defense, Department of State, United States Intelligence Community, and of course, the Department of Health and Human Services. So all these different agencies work together and refugees go through a rigorous process. I have gone through that process myself before I came here. And that process includes multiple background checks. The refugees, when they do apply and they go through an interview process, they have to provide up to 10 years of their history. Anyone over the age of 16, they have to provide that history of who they have interacted with. They have to be providing their contact information, continuously. If at any point they have a different phone numbers or they move and they do not inform the refugee processing center, then their refugee process could be impacted. This process could take up to 36 months for majority of the people, but there are individuals that wait in refugee camps for up to 10 years. So it's really a rigorous process for those that are coming through the refugee processing. And then, of course, this also includes medical examinations as well as cultural orientation, and then multiple interviews. And, throughout this whole process, if at any point there's any red flags, then those individuals will not be admitted. So what does the refugee resettlement program look like here in the United States? The refugee resettlement program provides resettlement support services to newly arrived refugees to make them as self-sufficient as quickly as possible after their arrival. So this is really, the refugee resettlement sits under the Bureau of Population, Refugee and Migration, or BPRM, which is under the State Department, or it's funded through the State Department. And some of the services are provided by the Office of Refugee Resettlement, which is housed under the Department of Health and Human Services. So the two agencies work hand in hand with the refugee resettlement agencies, to help these individuals to quickly achieve self-sufficiency. It ensures the integrity of the resettlement program through a comprehensive security vetting process, which we talked about. And then the refugee selection the U.S. refugee selection is based on vulnerability, not religion, skill set, or race. So basically, there might be some other programs in other countries that they do that. It's on a merit base, but here it's really based on the vulnerability. And then, of course, the refugee resettlement agencies, as well as other community-based organizations, are who helps resettle these refugees. So the State Department or the BPRM and ORR, they both have a public-private partnership, and they rely on the refugee resettlement agencies to contribute to the, not only to help them resettle, but also contribute significant cash and in-kind donation resources to supplement the U.S. government per capita. And for all of you that are not familiar with this program, the reception and placement program, it's very minimal. It's for up to 90 days, and it's $1,200 up to $1,225 per individual, and that needs to be stretched for up to 90 days. It's a one-time payment, and this is to help these individuals with securing housing, providing them food and household supplies for up to 90 days, as well as providing them pocket money, providing them food or food allowance. So really that $1,225 is not much, which is where that public-private partnership comes in handy. And there are other programs that are built around, the reception and placement program that helps refugees with providing them extended case management, as well as, connecting them to the resources that are existent in the community, both through community partners as well as community-based organizations. So right now, there are 9 national resettlement agencies or providers in the United States. And I highlighted Tucson because I live in Tucson, and there are 3 resettlement agencies here: the International Rescue Committee, Catholic Community Services, and Lutheran Social Services of the Southwest. So similar to Tucson, there are resettlement agency affiliates, that's what they're called, throughout the United States that help resettle refugees. So once a refugee is referred by the NHCR, they go through the vetting process, and once they complete that, they are then helped by the International Organization Migration, or IOM, to help them resettle here. The resettlement agencies are then work with the State Department to identify where these individuals go, and with the help of their local affiliates. And that is based on different factors, and that includes, how would this family successfully resettle with the resources that are available, such as language, employment opportunities, language support, employment opportunities, and of course the community resources that are available. So based on that assessment, the resettlement agency national offices designate and send these cases to their local affiliates, and then once the arrival information is received, the local affiliates then prepare for these individuals to be resettled successfully in their communities. And when refugees do arrive, they receive that reception and placement, which I talked about, and that includes receiving them from the airport, taking them to their apartment that's been furnished and prepared for them, and also connecting them to the services based on their needs, including school enrollment, including English language classes, and then helping them with accessing, services such as public benefits, medical care, and self-sufficiency programs. So employment is a big factor. Refugees are expected to become self-sufficient within 90 to 180 days after they arrive here. So it's a lot of pressure. It's a very fast-paced, program. And imagine coming to a new country, not knowing the language, not knowing the systems, having to learn all of that, having to learn the language, and also, supporting your family members, including the children that all of you might be involved with. So it's a very, I know that in a longer presentations that I usually do, we have like this really nice chart that looks at the process of the different areas that we support refugees at the resettlement agencies, but because of the timing, I didn't include all that information. it's a lot, and of course, throughout all of this, refugees are also provided cultural orientation here in the US, where they talk to them about the different, laws and the services, what their rights and responsibilities are, as well as adjustment of their status. After they have been here for a year, they apply for green card. And then after they have been here for 5 years, they apply for the citizenship and they become US citizens. And before I move on, since we are talking about the individuals that were evacuated, I would like to briefly talk about what that process looks like. So the program is called Afghan Placement and Assistance Program, or APA. And this is for individuals that were evacuated from Afghanistan and were brought here. Some of them were brought here in the US, and some of them are still overseas, waiting to be processed and be brought here. Even for those that were brought here, they did go through, although it was expedited, they did go through a lot of screenings, including doing their biometrics, doing background checks, and that's where they are now. Most of them, they are at the US government facilities where they're going through the processes to complete all of that before they are resettled into their communities. So here in Tucson, we recently just started receiving some of these Afghan families and individuals. The only difference is that they're being processed here in the US and it's being expedited, and the refugee resettlement agencies have to act quickly to receive them and be able to provide them services on a very short notice. And that short notice could be, typically with the refugee arrivals, we get at least a week or 2 weeks of notice. That's at minimum after they have been assured to us. But here we're talking about a day or two, because the goal is to try to process those individuals that are here on the US facilities, so that way they make room for the other individuals that are still in other countries, such as that were evacuated, that are waiting in Qatar or Italy or Germany on military bases that are waiting to come here in the United States. So with that, I would like to turn it to Afghan children and how Afghan children's education are impacted by everything that's been happening before they come to the US, and of course after they are here. So as some of you know, Afghanistan has been in conflict for over 40 years. This is before I was even born, unfortunately. And in a recent report by UNHCR, only recently, by the end of July, over 500,000 individuals were newly displaced within the country. And there has been and this is in addition to 3 million IDPs that was reported by the end of December in Afghanistan. And over 2.2 million are registered only in Iran and Pakistan. So as you can see, these children that are going to be coming here, they have gone through so much. Some of them are born during the conflict, unfortunately, and they have gotten married and they have had children, due to the conflict that's been going on, and that's definitely impacted their education. And it has impacted their parents' education, it has impacted their education, which could be a lot of stressors for them on how they could successfully resettle and receive education here. And of course, in addition to that, there are a lot of challenges. So in Afghanistan, there's these are some stats from the UNICEF. So an estimated 3.7 million children are out of school. And unfortunately, 60% of them are girls. And 17% of those girls are married before they reach their 15th birthday. In addition to that, children receive low quality education because of the conflict that's been going on. especially in the rural areas, there are not highly qualified educators or teachers. So barriers to attending school, there are children that they have never attended school, and now they're here in the United States, and not only they have to learn English, but they have to learn the school system. They have to learn how to be in school or how to be a student. And some of these barriers are due to the conflict and war that was going on, natural disasters such as floods, earthquakes, and landslides, shortage of schools, and then insufficient transportation. So these were all the factors that impacted the education of these children before they came here, which is going to be really critical to take into consideration as you come across and work with these children in your classrooms or in different settings. So really, this is really close to my heart because when I was in Afghanistan in the first round of in 1996, when Taliban first took over, I was a student in Afghanistan. I was only 11 years old. And when they first came, and I was at school, and before they took over Kabul, I knew what would happen if they came. I knew that when they came to Kabul that I was not going to be allowed to go to school, because they did not allow, girls to go to school in other provinces when they took over. So when I was in 5th grade, and of course, before that, my education was impacted due to the civil war. Multiple times I had to stop school when internally displaced people were coming from other parts of Afghanistan to Kabul. They were taking shelter in school. So then I was not, able to go to school, or there was war and I was not able to go to school. So multiple times my education was interrupted because of the conflict that was going on. And the reason I'm sharing my story is because this is just one of the stories. And then in this video, when I played, you would hear, the stories of other children in Afghanistan that are impacted by this. And all children are impacted, but majority of them are girls, and due to, their gender, not being allowed to go to school. So when I was in 5th grade and Taliban took over, I remember sitting in my classroom with my classmates, and we heard the helicopters over our head, and we knew that that was the last day, unfortunately, that we would be in school. And that's exactly what happened. After that, we were promised every day that, we would be allowed to go back to school. Unfortunately, that day never came. And it was, we waited for a year before we said that, we couldn't survive anymore. My mom, being a single mom, she was not able to provide for us. And unfortunately, that's what's happening now. And we had to flee. So we had to flee to Pakistan. And then when I was there, I was going to school, actually supported by an International Rescue Committee, IRC, and other organizations, but then there was no future after that. There was no education after that. There was no guarantee that we would be able to survive there, which is why we were vulnerable, and we needed to apply for resettlement. And fortunately, I was able to come here, but there are still hundreds of thousands of children in Afghanistan that are trapped. There are hundreds of children that are evacuated, that have not had any prior schooling, that have had a lot of interruption with their education, that they were told that as a girl, they didn't have equal rights as a boy, as their brother, to go to school. So all of these things, impact, have had an impact on, on these children, and how much support they would need, to be able to learn and classroom settings, as simple as, writing, because some of them might not even be literate in their native language. So all of those factors really are really important to take into consideration. So with that, I would like to share this really short video. Are we good on time, Sarah?
Thank you for asking, Maria. I was just about to send you a note. Yeah, we're doing great on time. We've got about, it's very rough, 6 minutes. So before we'd like to open it up to questions, there are lots of great questions, but if it goes, don't rush. I think this is really valuable. And as someone wrote in the chat, which you didn't see, but thank you so much for sharing your perspective.
Of course, thank you. All right, let's hope this works.
Maria, when you click share, there will be a button at the bottom. I think you're going to need to do a new share because you'll need to provide access to sound. So just click stop share.
Okay. Sorry, I can't get my Zoom. Here we go.
Now do a share again, and then in the bottom of the window on the left, they'll say share sound.
I see it. Okay.
And then select the correct browser. There you go.
Okay. Are you seeing the correct screen?
Yes.
As troops began to leave Afghanistan, we spoke to teenage girls about their concerns for the future.
The only thing that worries me are the old visions of Afghanistan from 20 years ago.
I saw in the news that girls have already stopped going to school and coming out of their homes, and restrictions for women have started.
Maybe a day will come that we will no longer go to school.
And maybe our country would be like this darkness forever.
1 year ago, my class received a warning letter threatening to bomb my school.
It said, if you do not close, we will attack the school and kill the girls.
I feel like I cannot breathe in the moments when I think about this.
My mother is illiterate. She couldn't go to school. And from that time to now, a lot has changed.
Now girls are studying and going to college and university, and most of the women are doing jobs outside.
But with the fighting increasing day by day, it's a concern that we will go back in time.
I want President Biden to hear me and listen to me. Help Afghanistan.
I get scared when I think about what will happen to my future, my goals, and my dreams.
Women and men, boys and girls are equal in rights.
Alone, boys cannot build the future of Afghanistan.
Since these interviews were recorded, the former Afghanistan government has been ousted from Kabul. Women and girls are calling to be heard. The International Rescue Committee will continue to support them no matter what. Donate now.
Okay, can you hear me okay? All right, great. Yeah, so as the video highlighted, the United States journey continues, with these children and families. They have experienced trauma and loss. Not only do they face like the language barriers, but also the cultural barriers, the systemic barriers in terms of getting access and requesting their transcripts for those that are going to be pursuing like higher education. And I don't want to only highlight the barriers that they come with. These children come with a lot of resilience and strength as well. They have gone through so much. I was in Afghanistan in November. I was visiting family, and when all these events of like letters being sent to school were happening, and despite everything that was happening, despite all the insecurities, these individuals continued. I mean, these children continued, and even my family members, they said, until when we're going to stay home, until when we're going to, not go to school. So regardless of what happens, we would like to continue our education. So they have been through a lot, but they're also determined, and they're determined to study and to learn and be part of this community. One of the other things that I wanted to highlight is the change in family dynamics. So really, because children learn the language a lot quicker, some of them might already come with the language skills. One of the other things that happen in refugee resettlement is that change in family dynamics, where children take on the role of a parent because they don't have that support system at home that, they can go to their parent to ask for help with their, with their schoolwork, or they become interpreters for their family members. So as service providers, as educators, it's so important for us to remember to provide that language access, that language interpretation for these students, for these individuals that we work with, so that the burden is not fallen on the children. It's critical. It's really important. I cannot say enough how much that impacts, especially children when they are resettled here. And then, of course, I highlighted the other ones, that lack of prior school experience, as well as, the trauma and loss that they have experienced. And I think with that, I am done. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing, and I'll be happy to take questions if there are.
Maharia, thank you so much for sharing today your story, your expertise, your perspective on this critical issue right now. I think when Childhood Education International talks about collective action, you've really highlighted why all of us, school, educators, resettlement agency folks, the government, why we need to be working together here to be supporting these newly arriving families and their children. So thank you for highlighting that need. We have some questions. Some of them are technical, some of them are more philosophical. Quite a few folks in the chat have talked about how impactful that video and your story were, so thank you so much for those. We will highlight that video in the Padlet that we've created. So if you want to share that with your colleagues, that will be available. I think I'm going to start with just a couple of technical questions that hopefully can be answered a little bit quickly. And then before we move into breakout rooms, I'll ask you some of the deeper questions that might help our breakout rooms also have some conversation. Does that sound okay? Thank you to everyone who is posting questions. I think you know that we won't be able to get to all of them today, but keeping those in the chat is amazing. We have lots of resettlement agency experts here with us today who are also able maybe to answer some of those questions. And of course, as you see questions, maybe this is something you can talk about within your own communities, and you can do some research about it if you're still interested. Okay, Maharia, so the first question is, there's a group of them. It's really about services. So first of all, the APA, the folks coming in with the new program don't qualify for government services like TANF or SNAP, right? Is that correct?
So I'm actually happy to announce that changed like 2 days ago. It's still being worked on, but President Biden did sign the budget, which also included, assistance for the Afghan placement and assistance program. There's more details to come, so I don't have a lot of information to share right now. But that's going to change. I don't know if that's going to be permanent or if it's going to be temporary. Right now, the budget is approved through December 2nd. So with that, it will make them eligible for some of the public benefits and also provide, like assistance with some of the immigration, because some of these individuals had pending cases, like the special immigrant visa cases for those that supported the U.S. mission in Afghanistan. But then others, either their cases were not processed or they were too early in the stages. and others that were evacuated because they were at risk. They don't have like a permanent status. So they have the humanitarian parole status, which is granted for up to 2 years. And this requires them to adjust their status within the first year that they're here. And right now, the option that they have available is to apply for asylum for those that don't qualify for the SIV program, or their cases were just too early in the process to be completed.
Thank you. So a follow-up to that, excuse me, my 2-year-old might be yelling in the background. A follow-up to that is, does support for newly arriving folks really end after 90 days? What happens after that 90-day period? What if someone doesn't get employment? How does that 90-day cutoff or the 180, I know you said 90 to 180, but how do the timelines affect refugees if they go past them?
So for those that are coming through the refugee process and, the regular refugee process, there are extended services beyond the reception and placement program. The goal of the refugee resettlement, like I said, is self-sufficiency. So majority of our clients or a majority of the refugees that arrive here, they obtain self-sufficiency within 180 days. So getting a job in that job is just to meet their basic expenses and being able to pay their basic expenses. For those that are not able to obtain self-sufficiency at 180 days or 90 days, then they are referred to additional programs. There's extended case management, there's refugee support services that's funded by the refugee state refugee programs. That's also funding that comes through Office of Refugee Resettlement, but it provides services for up to 5 years for those with high barriers. For the APA individuals or individuals that come through the APA program, it is the initial program, the APA program is 30 days, and it could be extended up to 90 days. Fortunately, these individuals that are going through the process are obtaining employment authorization documents, so they are expected. Many of them are very eager to start working and have been asking, for the process to complete so that they can actually go and start looking for a job and getting a job to support their families. But with this new law being signed, our continued resolution, we're hoping that, the other options like extended services will become available to APA individuals as well.
Okay, last sort of technical question, and then I have a couple deeper ones. There are some questions about interpretation services, and there's also some wondering about the level of English of some folks coming in, given that they were working with US Armed Forces and NGOs in Afghanistan. So do you have a sense of how folks might find interpreters, and can agencies and school districts pull from newly arriving Afghans who speak English and Pashto or Dari?
Yes, absolutely. So so those that work with the U.S., overseas, some of them are interpreters. Others, so not all of them are interpreters. Some of them were supporting, the U.S. mission in different ways. So they might have worked as security guards. They might have supported the U.S. mission in different roles. But those that do speak English, they have a pretty high level of English. They're pretty, proficient in the language and are able to provide interpretation. My suggestion is reaching out to your refugee resettlement agencies within your community, as well as if there are any Afghan communities or Muslim communities, that you can find, and you can talk to them about, what resources are available. Additionally, there are a lot of language services available online. Some of them are Certified Languages International, and of course, CERACOM. So there are all those resources that you can also tap into if you need to access languages and for interpretation over the phone as well.
Thank you. So another question is, as students and families are coming in and may a teacher might notice that a child would benefit from speaking with a counselor, for example. What are some cultural norms? I know that this is a general question. It's hard to generalize. We have to be careful, I know, but are there cultural norms around counseling and mental health services that we should be aware of so that we're not recommending something either in a way or at all that would just be totally rejected?
Yes, thank you so much for asking that question. It's a very, very important question. Unfortunately, my answer is that, counseling and mental health services, behavioral health services are not, accepted. Majority of the people coming from Afghanistan, they look at that. So in Afghanistan, it's almost non-existent. Like if you go to a counselor or if you go to, like a therapist, then you're automatically considered that, something is wrong with you. Like you're not, they would say things like, oh, I'm not crazy, to be accessing these services. So I would really, my personal suggestion would be to really discuss it as, you're all the experts, you know better, but you've been through a lot, and there are individuals that specialize in talking to you about, or to your child about, some of the trauma that they have experienced and some of the things that have happened to them or to their family members. And these individuals specialize in, like counseling or behavioral health services, and that can really help you with your, some of these issues that that we have identified. But I think it would take, for some they might be really open, and I know that you'll have a session on this later on that we can talk about in details, but it is not widely acceptable, unfortunately. And also for adults, because of everything that has happened to them and because they still have families back home, they're not ready to access these services right now. They haven't really had a chance to process everything that has happened. So immediately that might be a no, but maybe something to, like go back to them at a later date, or offer them those services.
So with that in mind, with the knowledge that we as educators have, that the stronger the relationship we have with a student, the more likely they will trust in our ideas and our questioning coming from a good place. Before we move into breakout rooms, the final question is, what is some suggestions for building relationships with these young people and their families who are coming in, culturally appropriate maybe ways to, again, I know very generalizing and that's not always the best way to go, but any just kind of suggestions you have for building those initial relationships when folks are first in our spaces?
Yes. So, you said it yourself, generalizing. I think that these individuals come from different backgrounds. Some of them, I know I mentioned this a lot during my presentation, that, there's been a lot of challenges with education, but there are individuals that have had a lot of education. They might speak really good English, and they might come from a very well-educated family background, and they have a lot of skills that they could bring. But then there might be individuals that didn't have those opportunities, that were that they don't even, they're pre-literate in their native language. They don't know how to navigate the whole school system, and need that extra support. So I think really building that rapport with each student is going to be really critical. Hearing their stories, understanding their challenges, and then getting to learn their culture from them. Afghanistan is very diverse, and you might see somebody that might be very westernized, and they wear westernized clothing, or you might see someone that is that's wearing like very traditional clothing, or they're more conservative. So keeping an open mind and not putting everyone in one box, and really getting to know them, and not generalizing that everybody is going to be the same. It's going to be really important, not only for for these individuals, for the Afghan families and individuals that are arriving, but for refugees in general. It's really important to really get to know who they are.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen now with some questions. And as I move into this, let me just say, Maharia, thank you so much for sharing your story and your experience and your expertise. I imagine that people are going to be sharing your resources and your ideas with their colleagues. So thank you so much. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And we're going to go into some breakout rooms now. If you are registered for the event, if you're watching live on YouTube, then hang tight or discuss with a friend if you're watching with somebody, and we'll come back together in about 15 minutes. For those of you in breakout rooms, we'd love it if you feel comfortable, turn your video on, and in the chat, please introduce yourselves. Who are you? Where are you? What's your role? And maybe see if you have anything in common with the folks in your room, start building that network. And then we'd love it if you could talk about what you've been hearing and also what you're hoping to learn more about. So what is something that you learned from Maharia's session that surprised you, maybe made you really excited for the work ahead, maybe makes you feel anxious a little bit about the work ahead? And then thinking a lot about what she said and what you're learning, what strategies do you already have in place? So thinking of the strengths that your organization or school already has, what is in place in your teaching and learning context that you think can support our newly arriving students and families? And so my colleague Michelle is going to put us into breakout rooms. Michelle, I am not sure where we are in that process.
Yes, okay, getting ready to transport everyone to their breakout rooms now.
And the questions are in the chat. So thanks, Jeremy and Michelle.
Maharia, as we transition, I just want to voice my gratitude as well. That was a really powerful presentation. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much for having me. It's definitely, I really enjoy sharing my story so that I can, bring light about the experiences that refugees go through before they come here and the challenges that they face. So thank you so much for including me and letting me be part of this. This is really, really important and very close to my heart.
Thank you so much. It was absolutely wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Of course, thank you so much. And it was very nice meeting all of you. I think I'm done, right?
Yes,
I don't have to be here. Okay.
No, you're great. Thanks. Enjoy your Saturday. And for those of you watching live, we're going to go ahead and turn off our mics and our videos, and we encourage you to come back in 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You too. Bye.
Thank you, Maharia. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had productive conversation or met someone new who you feel like you might be able to connect with in your breakout rooms. It has started snowing here where I live in Chugiak, Alaska, so it is just beautiful outside. And I just wanted to share that because it's kind of unique in early October to have a beautiful snow. I am very, very thrilled to introduce a teacher I've had, a counselor, sorry, I should say, an educator I've had the pleasure of working with before in the Refugee Educator Academy, who will be leading our next session. Eileen Mullen, let me share my screen so you can get a good picture of her. Eileen Mullen is with the Kent School District. She's been a teacher, building administrator, and counselor since 1994. Except for 2 years when she was on beautiful Vashon Island in the early 2000s. She has had the opportunity to be a school counselor at the elementary and middle school levels. Prior to Washington, Eileen was in Houston for 5 years, and that's really where she says her commitment to English language learners began. She completed an ELL endorsement and Master's of Education in Guidance and Counseling at the University of Houston, and an Ed.S. in Educational Administration at Seattle University. Her undergrad work in elementary education and speech and hearing science was completed at SUNY Oneonta. Eileen, thank you so much for being here. We are very excited to hear your perspective as a school counselor and someone who works with immigrant and refugee students in creating welcoming schools for newcomer Afghan students and their families. I will stop sharing now and give the reins over to Eileen. Thank you so much. As a reminder, please post questions throughout in the chat box. And if someone knows the answer to a question, they're welcome to share that. In about 30 minutes, we'll open questions up to Eileen. And yeah, in the meantime, thanks, Eileen. Here we go.
Good morning. Before I share my screen, I just want to let you know that I participated in the Refugee Educator Academy cohort in 2020 and then summer, and then did some PLC work through last school year. And I really want to say thank you to Julie and Sarah and the Carey Institute for all their help, and I've learned so much. So I'm really just here to share what I've learned and my experiences. I know that there are a lot of experts in the room, and I really look forward to us all learning from each other. So my next thing, honestly, is to make sure I share my screen properly. So Sarah, I'm counting on you to tell me if you see it.
I will. I'm here.
And hopefully, there we go. So
perfect.
Okay, great. Make sure I can find my arrows too. So my thought process around all of this has to do with belonging. How do we define belonging, and how does it feel? Before I do that, though, I want to make sure that I do a land acknowledgement and acknowledge that I'm on the traditional land of the Coast Salish people, including the Duwamish people, past and present, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the Duwamish tribe. Here, I'm in the Seattle area. But also in thinking about belonging, and I think you'll hear a lot of the same themes as our first presenter and how they come into the school environment. If you could just in the chat, and I won't be able to see it, but Sarah will be able to share, how do you define belonging? And then also, like, how does it feel to belong? And I'm thinking about this because of families that we're welcoming. And in my school, 2 weeks ago, we welcomed our first family from Afghanistan. And it's been such a real, honestly, a gift to receive them. And then also to really think about practices and how we are welcoming our families and our new students. So I don't know if I can't see
yeah, Eileen, folks are starting to write in. They say it feels warm. It feels like you're around people you can trust, feeling of being affirmed, accepted, included. It feels like you don't have to hide who you are, even your fears or your questions. It means you are part of a whole, part of a group, being part of something. And belonging gives meaning to the space. It feels like home, feeling connected, feeling a connection, safe. So yeah, lots of
beautiful,
warm, fuzzy feelings.
So we're all on the same page. So I want to just give people the idea that belonging and fitting in are very different. And belonging is being, according to Brene Brown, belonging is being who you are and feeling that you belong to yourself so deeply that you can just be who you are in the world, versus fitting in. And fitting in it requires us to change who we are. And as a school counselor, and my perspective is, the school. It's not an individual classroom, and I'm really not thinking, to be honest, about academics, right? Because the social environment, I think, sets students up for either success or less success, depending on if they feel that they belong. So I just want people to think about, belonging versus fitting in. I'm not looking to create an environment where kids fit in. I want everyone to feel that they can be who they are and belong and be successful from there. UC Berkeley has the Othering and Belonging Institute, and John Powell talks about belonging, at a basic level that includes the right to both co-create and make demands on society. And this made me think about our families. And as our first presenter said, our refugee families they're not going back to their home country. They're here in the United States. And how do we create that environment in which they feel that they belong enough to co-create moving forward, and that they're able to ask for their needs and especially at the school level, how do we make sure that we're creating an environment where families can ask for what they need? Because, we don't always know. We can make assumptions, but we don't always know. So I had the good fortune to be a participant in a pre-service, really workshops over 3 days with the Kent School District in August. And two speakers, Floyd Cobb and John Cranapple, talked a lot about belonging and how do we assess the climate for belonging. And so this photo is a photo from their Zoom, that I sat and watched, but all the credits are there. And they talk about educational belonging as having three components. And what I'd like to do is present to you those components and talk about where they fit in a school structure, who has the influence over what's happening, and how we can make those structures stronger so that our refugee students and families are coming into a space where they're feeling belonging and not having to spend all of their emotional energy on fitting in. So what I did is arranged it with the three questions and then ideas to keep me on track, but please certainly share in the chat. And Sarah, please interrupt me at any point for things, because I know that there are a lot of experts in the room today. But there were three questions that Floyd Cobb and John Cranapple presented. And in interpersonal belonging, it's how do the people make me feel like I belong? With institutional belonging, which were the schools, from my perspective, how do the rules help me feel like I belong? And when I think about rules, it's of course the things that we post and expect kids to follow, but also there's a lot of unspoken rules that take a very long time for adults and kids to understand and to realize. And then the third one, how did the materials and the instructions help me feel like I belong? So I just organized my thoughts under the three headings, and in starting with the interpersonal belonging, because as the counselor, my perspective is all the kids, the whole school, and I'm really honestly thinking about those big unstructured times and spaces where there's not a lot of adults necessarily directing things. So I just want to tell you a little bit about how it works in my school district, and I'm not speaking for them, I'm speaking for me and my experience. But Kent has a long history of welcoming refugee families. And back, in the mid-2000s, we had a separate refugee center. So there's a lot of information online that talks about their history, but essentially a resettlement agency. And in our case, we're usually working with World Relief Seattle or Lutheran Services Northwest. And they connect with a school district level liaison. We have two, one who works with elementary school students and one who works with secondary students. And that the agency, through their liaison, in turn connects with the individual school. So typically in a school, our EL teacher is the primary contact for the building. I will say that at elementary schools, it could be someone in the office who answers the phone, so, or it could be the principal, which is my way of saying everyone needs to be communicating, so we're all on the same page about what's happening when families come. So we're prepared at the school to be welcoming, to be greeting, to be someone there to greet, to have the space. And in times of COVID, to be quite honest, it's not easy. There's not a lot of extra space. There's a lot of rules set up around COVID. So for my building, it's the EL teacher who's the primary contact. And then I'm also thinking about who else in the school, because then at elementary school, the student is essentially going to have one homeroom teacher, a PE teacher, and a music teacher. But there are so many other adults in the building that the family and children will come in contact with. Who's at recess? Who's in the office? Who's the nurse? Who's the health tech when the nurse isn't there? Who's our kitchen manager handing out, the lunches every day? We have a new lunchroom. It's a new experience for everyone. Who's our custodian that's the children are going to see every day? Who are our paraeducators? There's so many adults that we all need to be on the same page of welcome. Our primary purpose is to welcome. I think a lot about recess. What happens at recess can be really scary for anybody, much less a student who's new to the country, may not have, an American school experience at all. I mean, especially from the photo that our last presenter shared, school is very different. So what's happening at recess? At my school, we've worked really hard to also offer indoor recess that's really, the woman in charge is outstanding in terms of what she offers kids. It's inside, it's games, it's puzzles, it's a lot of arts and crafts, things that students may not have access to in their home, but making sure that kids know what's available. At recess, it's a whole bunch of games with a lot of new rules and how do you play? So, I'm working to every day make sure that kids are teaching each other how to play the new games at recess. And it's the get to know you games that I can be facilitating. If there's other counselors or social workers in the room, I think, or even probably even teachers too, we all have seen the thumb balls where when you catch it, your thumb lands on a little square. So I have modified them with, questions, just for get to know you questions, so that when we're playing, everyone can participate. Lots of art activities, whether it's in that Falcon Nest, whether it's a modified recess in my space. I'm lucky enough to have a classroom essentially as my office. So I have a lot of space to welcome kids and to do new things. But underlying all this really is the relationship building. And, it's so hard with the masks that people aren't seeing people smile, but you can smile, with your eyes, and everyone in the wave. And we do a lot of thumbs up for how are people doing, but it's how do the people make me feel like I belong? Who's greeting me at the bus? Who's walking me to make sure that I know where to get breakfast? Here in Washington state, at least, I'm assuming it's the state, honestly, it's definitely my school district. We are feeding everyone breakfast and lunch. We're not worried about the free and reduced lunch forms this year. So, and then wanting to get them into the new lunchrooms so that they feel more comfortable there. So we're really encouraging everyone to eat, or even honestly, if you're not going to eat, look at it, sit at a table and get to know who your table mates are, because they're not sitting with necessarily with their classmates at breakfast. The other thing that I spend a lot of time doing, we have a large ELO program in addition to welcoming our refugee families, conversation circles. And the kids, I'm always looking for who speaks the same language. So our newest Afghan students speak Dari. And I will say that my students that have been at school for a while, even the kids, I'm thinking of a young girl in particular who speaks Pashto, she is willing to jump in there and see what they have in common. She is not hesitant to welcome the new Dari speaking students. We had a lot of our former Dari speaking students honestly move on to middle school. So we've lost a lot of I've lost a lot of my contacts between kids and common language. But connecting kids with conversation circles, it doesn't have to be just about what's interpreting. I want them to be talking to each other, so they're developing friendships that then take them outside into play groups with other kids or being willing to try new things. So that's the interpersonal belonging. For me, as a counselor, that's my priority, because that sets the foundation for a school success. Because without this, kids don't want to come to school. It's really easy to say, I don't feel well, or miss the bus. And that interpersonal belonging gets our kids in the building, and then we're able to build from there. I think it'll come up later, but I just want to make sure that I say that I had the opportunity to attend a webinar earlier in the week, and a professor from Cal State and out of the Channel Islands was a refugee from Afghanistan as a child. And the one thing, well, he said a couple of really important things, but he said the social environment of the school was the key to his success, because he wanted us to keep in mind that when children are at school, there are adults at home who are trying to fit into their new experience, and to keep in mind that people are mourning the loss of their country. They didn't necessarily, they didn't want to leave. There's a whole life that they're leaving behind. And so when we have parents who are trying to provide the best that they can for their children, but also in mourning themselves for the lives that they've left behind and the opportunities that they now have to rebuild, having their children feel safe and supported at school is critical to their feeling safe and supported in new communities. So I have a lot of thoughts about interpersonal belonging, and if you do too, please put them in the chat. And I don't know, Sarah, if you want to, if anything came into the chat at this point before I go to the next slide that people could hear.
Yeah, folks are posting some resources, Cultivating Genius, Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain by Hammond. So keep that stuff coming. This is great. And yeah, as questions come up, I'll be sure, if it's really important that it's asked right then, I'll make sure to interrupt you. But otherwise, hopefully folks can just keep looking at the chat while you're chatting to give you as much time as we can.
And
Okay.
Sarah, will there be an opportunity to save the chat for participants?
Yeah.
Okay,
we
great.
can definitely do that. That's great. Thank you.
Okay. So the next question that was asked by the Cobb and Cronapple was, do the rules help me feel like I belong? And what I wanted to bring up for the thinking around this question for people was, what are the rules? I mean, in my experience, personally, we haven't really had real school, prior to this new year. So as we're coming back, there's a lot of things that we've forgotten just as a system that have been in place. So what are we asking of students, and what are our expectations of students, and how do we communicate that in a way that's respectful for our newcomers? And then the other piece around this, especially as everyone is getting more comfortable, is there student voice present in these rules? And I think that as we move forward, that's critical. And it isn't always the case at the elementary level. I think it's probably more common at middle school and high school. But at the elementary level, making sure that there's student voice present in what our expectations are. And, for us at school, it's pretty basic, be there to learn, be kind, be respectful, be responsible. And at the same time, a lot of that truthfully are the adults creating an environment in which kids can be prepared to learn. Can we provide what they need? Do we have it at the ready? What are we modeling kindness? If that's what our expectation is, what are we modeling for students? But that institutional belonging, I think, is critical, especially for students coming from places where there wasn't a lot of trust in the institution. So if we're wanting schools to be welcoming, we really need to take a look at what are we presenting to students. in addition to the students that just for us came from Afghanistan, I'm also welcoming a new student just joining his mom from El Salvador. So he doesn't speak English. He has been in school, but he, it's hard. He's learning English. And so connecting him with Spanish speakers at the same time, because honestly, I already had to kind of get him back to school because it was hard in the classroom to be surrounded, and to not know the language. So that institutional belonging. And the third one that they talk about, and this I think is also a lot of where the chat comments and resources will come in tremendously in handy. Do the materials and instruction help me feel like I belong? So at my school, we have an equity team that I must say that they are outstanding. They're on it. They're a very active team, and they walk around the building and they conduct visual inventory of the building and the classrooms. And they also encourage teachers to invite them in to do a visual, inventory of how is the teacher teaching, what's up in the classroom, what are we seeing, what are children seeing. The next resource, and I did put it in a browser so it works from there, but it's a resource that the professor from Cal State shared, books that come in English and Dari and Pashto together that we can be filling our classrooms and our libraries with, as a resource. And so I think we'll probably need to, I know for my school, we'll really need to take a good look at what's available to us. Also, student beings represented visually and linguistically around the school, the posters that we put up, making sure that students are reflected. We've created a photo wall, just not based on any one thing in particular, but making sure that all the students appear in the photo wall because everyone wants to see themselves. Having morning greeting in different languages, our morning announcements come from the principal, and then having students add on as guest speakers in their home language to greet students in the morning. The next resource that I want to share, actually, this woman spoke at the pre-service that I spoke of earlier. She is an author and artist, and her book is When You Can't Go Home, and it's stories of 10 refugees and their families with portraits. And from the Kent perspective, her book is going to be in all the school libraries, and it's going to be used in the 7th grade curriculum. And for her, a portion of her profits will go to World Relief. So that was for us, that was a local resource that might be new to people. But I think a lot of what went in the chat earlier too, and the numbers are probably rising, lots of resources available. And I think part of this too is that there's lots of resources available, but how are we organizing that at the school so that we're using them and that we're sharing them with each other? In my school, there's no teacher lounge this year. So what's the avenue that we're going to use to make sure there's a lot of team meetings happening, after school so that we can share resources? Sarah, I just want to take a breath. I know I talk really fast and let you share if there are things coming in.
You are awesome, Eileen. No, I think you're jogging the minds of the folks who are participating. Lots of great resources going into the chat box. Thank you so much. I was just about to type, I just love that point about going from these individual educators doing amazing things to creating really systematic shifts where it's a school-wide and community-wide. So thank you. One quick check-in. You mentioned the name of an Afghan speaker at the webinar that you attended, and some folks were just asking because it wasn't on the slide for that person's name. So that would be a great thing just to throw in the chat, and I can do that, or you can say it out loud or whatever. So,
his name is Asadullah Sadiq, and he's with Cal State in the Channel Islands. And I can find it. I can try and find the chat and put it in.
No, I'm happy to look that up and get the spelling correct and put that in the chat. Okay. No worries. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And then for those of you who are resettlement agency folks, an early question was about in terms of those conversation circles, just what is happening for adults. And so Eileen, I don't know if you can speak to that at some point, but if that's not something that you know about that's happening for adult newcomers in resettlement agencies, maybe folks from those agencies might comment on that in the chat box. That would be really helpful, I think, for those folks working with adults. Thank you.
Yes, unfortunately, I don't have any information for you about adults, but my guess would be that someone from World Relief Seattle or probably the Lutheran Community Services Northwest would have more information for adults.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to you. And Madeline or Madeline, thank you so much for posting Asadullah Sadiq's name in the chat. So hopefully those folks who are asking can check that out. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say just one more thing about him, because his presentation was outstanding. He arrived in December 2000, and the one thing he said was that he couldn't wait to get to school every day. He and his sister waited for that school bus, and he remembers carrying around his My First Word book. So it made me think about, what are we giving to students to help them feel more connected to the class as soon as they arrive. And his presentation was very touching, and it set off a lot of thoughts. So yeah. Okay, and then so I come at this as the school counselor, because I get to see, I'm at recess, I get to see the big picture, but I'm asking myself, what can I do to make the environment safe and supportive for the child? And that's really how I move through my day. I mean, COVID has definitely changed my day-to-day work to a degree. And honestly, we had lost a lot of time because we weren't welcoming refugee students. So my focus really now is creating that safe environment, creating that supportive relationships. One thing that I really want to make sure that I say is that, yes, education for our new students may have been interrupted. Their whole lives have been interrupted, but our students come with incredible funds of knowledge. And it's really important that as adults in the school, we step back and remember that and find out what that is. Because even though school was different and just education in general was different, the funds of knowledge that our students are bringing, it can only enhance our whole school experience. So I don't want us to, I know that there's trauma and everything, but I also want to make sure that we're looking at that our students are resilient and to capitalize on their strengths and to make sure that we're remembering that. I can't remember honestly if it was the summer cohort or part of the PLC, but Hannah Hong is a woman in the Seattle area connected with the Carey Institute and the Refugee Educator Academy, who just in a comment off the top of her head one day at the end of we were debriefing on something, started her comment by saying, changing the narrative. She herself had refugee experience, and she was talking about changing the narrative of the refugee experience in our schools. And it was so powerful that I just wanted to throw her phrase out there to get people thinking about changing that narrative for our students and to really focus on their strengths and what they're bringing. Because in addition to what our first presenter said, yes, that I am fully aware that mental health services and counseling, doing the air quotes with my fingers, can be considered taboo. But if we are changing the narrative and looking at strengths and coming to our students and families, we're better able to see what the needs are and to come at it in a way that people are more willing to access supports. If we're already being a supportive school and something isn't successful, we can already talk about the things that we've tried and how what we would like to try next can be helpful. So I think there's ways to get around it. I really want to encourage people to connect with the resettlement agencies in their areas, because the resources that they have are tremendous. And sometimes in schools, well, all the times in schools, we're kind of in our own little silo of what's available what we know about within our district, depending on the size of our district. I feel really fortunate to be in a relatively large school district that has been welcoming refugees forever. And some people may say well or not well, but the intention is there to do a good job with it. And the resettlement agencies have tremendous resources for the families that we can also make sure our families are getting connected to. The other thing that I want to make sure people are doing, because teachers are overwhelmed on a good day without anything else going on, right? So how are the people like me, honestly, and non-classroom people communicating with staff to make their job, especially our teachers, to make their job, I want to say easier, but also more in flow with what's going to be supportive to them as they're welcoming new students into larger classrooms, not on an individual level, in a time of everyone wearing masks. And I'm in an elementary school where students are at risk for catching COVID just because they're so young and they don't have the choice to be vaccinated. And so how are we supporting teachers? And staff education is critical. We actually have our liaison from our school district, at the elementary level, coming to our staff to present a professional development on the process for refugee students, so that people can be more aware of what students are experiencing and their families, and how to make changes, in their personal classrooms regarding that. And that's my real plug, honestly, to get to the place of how are adults being supported in their own social emotional learning and capacity, because adults can't be there for students if they're not there for themselves. And so I don't know, I know that in my school we offer a lot, and as a district, Kent has offered a tremendous amount of resources for adult SEL. And I know people are overwhelmed just instructionally, and those pressures are always still there. But adults need to be in touch with their own social emotional capacity and learning, so that they're there for our students, and that they're creating those environments in which students can thrive. That's my last slide. So I'm trying to look at the time too, so I don't know how I am on time, but I don't know if there's, okay. Okay. So I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Eileen. That was awesome. I'm just so grateful to be able to be a part of this today and to hear you speak. Thank you for grounding your discussion in those three big questions and this idea of belonging. So how are people and rules or structures and curriculum creating belonging? I think as a classroom teacher, I always think about the curriculum, and you're helping me to think beyond that. And I imagine that I'm not alone in one of those questions coming up for me more than others. So thank you for really helping me to think more broadly about belonging. We do have some questions in the chat, and the first one is actually just some sort of tangible strategies. Do you have some things that you do as a counselor with your staff or with incoming families to kind of get that belonging ball rolling? I mean, I don't know a better way to say it, but is there something that you have found works in those initial first days that you help your staff do, your colleagues, or that you yourself do?
I do a lot of introductions, and I'm always, it's kind of like, well, for the staff, I'm always like kind of bringing up the point that my focus is not curriculum and instruction. And I can be very annoying about bringing up the other aspects of school, but just really being out there with, okay, who are their friends? Who do they hang out with? Like asking those kinds of questions so that the focus comes off the instruction. I want to know about what's the student's social life like. Who do they, when we sit down now, we all have assigned seats, obviously, in a big lunchroom, but how can we manipulate that so students are sitting with students that they can talk to? I'm really just trying to broaden awareness. I have to say that I'm amazed at my staff. They're fantastic because the pressures are huge, and they're stressed too, just in coming back full time we have full classrooms of kids. So what I'm trying to do is just ask those questions that aren't part of the everyday. And then for students, in the past, it would be kind of funny because I would always ask, okay, who speaks what language? And I always tell them to the students, I'm gonna need you later. Can I come find you? And they always want to be helpful. So a lot of times we look like a little parade going around recess because, oh, okay, who speaks this language? And then they all want to join. Oh, I can help. And even if they don't speak the language, they say they will because they want to help anyway. So it is kind of funny. It makes everyone laugh, but it's really just being out there with the friendships for me with students. For teachers, there is a lot of, our ELL teacher does a lot of helping with students. And our staff is amazing because there's a core group that's into neural education, which also, that brain-based feeds SEL and feeds the belonging, even though it comes at it from a different angle. We have a very strong equity group. So they're coming at it from their perspective. So a lot of our staff doesn't realize that we're all talking about the same thing, but we're coming at it from different titles of books, but we're all, coming to the same place. But just really being out there with the conversation, I think, is critical.
Thank you. We have a question about any recommendations when a school would benefit from counseling services, but there isn't the budget. Do you have any recommendations or there's counselor shortage, trainings to support other staff so that they have some of this way of thinking about working with young people? Or are there organizations they can reach out to hire counselors if, there's some workarounds there?
So I will say, unfortunately for us, so Kent Youth and Family Services is a tremendous organization in the Kent area. Prior to the whole COVID situation, we actually had a Kent Youth and Family therapist at our school. In the community, they are working really hard to hire therapists for the community agencies that can also then come into schools. So I know we're all feeling the shortage, but we're also all trying to work together to fill the gaps. In honestly, I think there's a lot of people who aren't necessarily trained as counselors that have that love of just wanting everyone to feel connected, where if those people could get together, honestly, my principal as a leadership team, she loves Brene Brown. So we've been reading Brene Brown as a staff. Also, The Cultivating Genius, we're reading that as a small group. I think that looking for places in the community that maybe even through the resettlement agencies, they could have resources. I will say that in Washington State, going through the state, the House bill just passed about hiring more counselors, so funding should be coming. I had a counseling, I would also look for counseling interns. I had an amazing counseling intern through Seattle U. It was all virtual. We were all, online last winter through spring, and she was fantastic. And then, and I learned a lot because, right, she's just learning, and for me, it's like trying to keep up with PD. So I learned a lot. And so I would reach out to, the universities in the area that have counseling programs. And resources like that. Also, there's the Association for School Counselors in Washington. It's WASCA. So those kinds of, and I think a lot of things, I'm watching the chat go up. So I think there's probably a lot of resources being shared there as well.
Yeah, thanks. We psychological first aid, Switchboard has switchboardta.org has some resources. So thank you so much for these links that are going into the chat. Eileen, I think that there were some, as people are posting resources, I think that a good reminder that you brought up for belonging is creating those funds of knowledge. creating spaces where educators are really tapping into the funds of knowledge of students. And you mentioned some things that your school does, which is amazing, the picture wall and finding out which students speak different languages. Do you have some other sort of general, people are just sort of asking about what other ways can, when you don't have a lot of time, can you start to, especially with students whose first language isn't English and maybe don't have English when they're these Afghan refugees, when they're first coming in, are there some strategies that you have found work to have a student share with you something they're interested in or good at, so that you can begin to fold that into your community?
So I spend a lot of my time, truthfully, at recess. And so it's a very comfortable time for kids. And so we're walking around and we're talking. And then what I'm doing is I'm taking what I've heard and sharing it with other kids and saying, oh, did you know that you have this in common with this person? And so bringing the kids together that way. Our ELL teacher does lunches with students in small groups and bringing kids together that way and creating those common bonds with kids that they wouldn't necessarily know the things that they have in common. And like this, my next example isn't necessarily refugee or ELL related, but a couple of years ago in my school district, we received a lot of sixth graders because they had tried to they were going to school in a different district, but then when they got to middle school, the middle school was full. So they bounced them back to the elementary school. So we had a lot of really miserable sixth grade girls that didn't want to be in elementary school. They thought they were going to middle school, but I was able to gather them all up together and say, this is what you all have in common. You realize you all expected to be in middle school, and they kind of bonded over that. And then we're able to kind of relax and really accept this is where I'm going to be for sixth grade and make the most of it. I also do a lot of I do conflict managers and get kids involved through conflict managers and pair them up that way. But also finding all the adults, our librarian, we have a new librarian this year, and she's amazing. Finding all those adults who don't have their classroom responsibility. So para-educators. I'm really, to be honest, just kind of creating my own team. They might not know it, but I'm creating my own team of people that I can call on to help me through the day. We have a great, she's like a dean of students. She runs the Falcon Nest. So I'm really trying to create my own team of people, let them know who the students are that need them. We do a lot of lunches, lots of goofy things and playing at recess.
I love the overlap there, that you're helping students connect with each other at the same time that you're creating these connected spaces for adults. And so there's something to that, right? When we can have a cohort to build community with, then we feel safer. All the things people mentioned at the beginning, when you asked what is belonging, we feel affirmed, we can be ourselves because we share common ground and common goals. So thank you for highlighting that overlap between adults and students as well. We are going to pause for a moment. I'd love it if you have more questions, please throw them in the chat, because at this point, I bet Eileen will be able to actually go and look at them. Thank you, Eileen. Thank you so much for sharing your generous spirit towards the young people that come into your space and towards your colleagues and towards the students' families. I think that we are, I am inspired by your sharing from such a positive asset frame, so asset-based frame. So thank you for taking time on Saturday to share with us today. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen for a moment. If you have questions for Eileen, please put them in the chat and we will continue to look at those questions today. We're also, some folks were asking about all these great resources. We will have a Padlet full of resources, including things that were mentioned from the slides today, that we'll be sending out to folks who attended. So thank you very much for asking about that. Yes, we will be sharing resources. Let's take a break. Let's stretch our bodies, drink some water, say hello to somebody if you know them, but definitely I'm going to turn my own video off and my mic off and come back ready to jump more into some tangible strategies around teaching at 11 o'clock Pacific time and 2 o'clock on the East Coast. Thank you, Eileen. Lots and lots of thanks in the chat. Thanks to everybody who's been with us today, this morning, and into the afternoon if you're on the East Coast. I will see you in about 15 minutes. Oh, that's good. You're getting it.
He called me while I was working last night.
Oh, yeah.
He told me a little bit about his party. He said they got gift boxes, so I guess I'll just gift boxes. That you need.
We are going to come back together in about 1 minute.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for taking time for yourself for the last 15 minutes. I am Just so excited to welcome our next three presenters. They're part of our panel on teaching tips and tools. The first is Meg Riley. Meg spent 17 years in the classroom, the majority working with students of refugee backgrounds at the high school level in Tucson, Arizona. In addition to teaching, she supported newly arrived families and students in accessing educational spaces and supported teachers working with international students learning English. Her current position is in grants administration for schools with state and federal improvement plans. Thanks for being here, Meg, and welcome.
Thank you.
Our second panelist today is Marisa Windmill, who I have to say personally had the honor of working with in my first 3 years as a teacher a long time ago. But hi, Marisa. Marisa is an MBC, nationally board certified teacher in English as a new language at Kent Meridian High School in Kent, Washington. She teaches high school ELLs, co-teaches biology, and leads the school equity team and the Girls Who Code Club. Marisa is a mentor teacher, national board facilitator, certified administrator, and doctoral candidate in educational leadership. She has also served as a Refugee Educator Academy facilitator. In 2019, Marisa launched the Educators of Color Network and led its local organizing for the Kent Education Association. She's a trainer with Washington Education Association's implicit bias and microaggression trainings. Hi, Marisa. Are you there?
I'm here.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
Our third panelist today is Amy Crompton. She is a global education specialist with Childhood Education International and has diverse experience researching and developing culturally and contextually relevant solutions to advance educational outcomes for learners worldwide. Her experience working with global policymakers, donors, school leaders, teachers, and students ranges from program and curriculum development to capacity building and research and education to engaging in high-level and institutional policy dialogue. She has lived and worked in Afghanistan in various capacities, including teacher training for English teachers and provincial education leaders, curriculum development for a USAID women's leadership program, and research on strategic planning and actor agency in setting a national education policy. She holds an Ed.D. in International Education Development from Teachers College, Columbia University. Welcome, Amy. I am sorry my video is off. Welcome, Amy. Are you here?
I'm here. Thanks. Nice to be here today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm going to actually stop sharing my screen so that we can just focus on y'all. Looks like that was done. Jeremy, are we good? I don't want to get started till I can see our panelists.
Our three panelists and you are on the screen, so we're all set.
Okay. So I still see a lot of folks. Okay, so I think we're just going to jump right in by asking you a question that people can get some ideas that they might be able to use tomorrow. So that's where I'd like to start. So my question for you is, what are 1 to 2 tangible strategies that you have found successful in working with Afghan newcomers? And I ask this knowing that each of you has really unique experience with this group, with working with refugees in general, but also working with Afghan refugees. So I'm hoping that you'll speak not only of what you found successful for others, but also like, why do you say that? What is it from your background that that gives you that idea? Anyone can start. We didn't plan for those, like we're going to go in a certain order. So so anybody can start.
Hello.
Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, go ahead, Marisa. Good. Thanks, Marisa.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I know that we are all in the midst of this pandemic, and time really is scarce for all of us, but I know that you value this work, and so I'm with you. Just like what Sarah said, I am Marisa Windmill, and I've been teaching ELL for a long time. This is my 29th year. So I started my journey in the Philippines and then Texas and then Highline and then here in Kent. And I can say more about my teaching. I enjoy it. I'm in love with my students. And I would say, really being an educator for that long, I felt like I learned the art of teaching. And so no matter what our students here, especially our refugee students, I think it is very important that we know ourselves. Like, who are we as educator, and why are we here? And so I feel like from my core, I know that every one of my students is a human being. And I have the moral obligation to know who they are, what their strengths are, what assets they're bringing. Because just like everyone knows, our students are geniuses. So why are we here for? We are gardeners. We are cultivators of the garden. So how do we grow our students? So as I look at each of my students, I always see the assets in them. And so from that perspective of seeing a student as an asset, I think we can grow them depending on how much we know the student. So if we know the conditions, what kind of conditions we need to use to grow our seeds, our geniuses, then I think we can always grow them in a way that it is asset-based, it is growth mindset. We always cultivate them from the sense of what are they bringing. I know that most of my students, they come with this cultural assets. They're bringing a lot already in my classroom. And so knowing them, I can see the strengths. And so how can I tap those strengths so that their challenges, which we say are weaknesses, can be tapped, and so that they grow together. So one thing that I do is really knowing my students. So once I know my students very well, then I know what resources I could connect them with. For example, last year during the pandemic, we opened the classroom again in March, and I got to connect with other students. And to me, that's like precious, because again, for the first time after a long time, we saw our students. And so to me, that's like connecting with the students, getting to know them. I found out that we have these refugee students who are not, you know, they're bringing these assets. I know that they have this aspiration to be something. And so from there, I learned that, oh, this student really wants to be somebody. And now she agreed to be the Girls Who Code leader. And so knowing that really and connecting to that resource is important, because this student also with that cultural asset can bring other students in our school who need that connection, who need someone to cultivate them. And so being a cultivator, we grow another cultivator, and that's from knowing our students. That's what I have for now. There's more, but I know Meg and Amy has a lot to share too.
Actually, you know, when I was preparing for this, I was thinking of how to answer this first question. And some of what Marisa, what you're saying is exactly right. And before I go into my answer, I'd just like to say, when I was invited to this panel, I found it to be just a great opportunity to reconnect with the Afghan teachers and students that I worked with. And I should say a lot of them I was doing teacher training for English teachers, and a lot of them ended up doing Fulbright program here. And so they had really both experiences of like existing in the education system of Afghanistan and teaching students within that system, and also experiencing what it takes, even if it's at a university level here. And then also I did work with some high school students. So I asked one who's still here. So I want to say that I'm here representing just their voices. So I want to just say thank you to Tawfiq and Miri and Somaya and Zohra and Mujgan, because they were the ones I reached out to, and they really sort of strengthened I think what I'm going to say today, things that I have thought about, and I think they provided some concrete examples that I'll share. And one of them was sort of saying what Marisa, what you're saying, so get to know everybody. And with this group of Afghan refugees, like their backgrounds are so diverse. Their families, some of them, they have been immersed in US culture. That's why some of them have left, right? They have been working with government agencies, and they may speak English better than they speak their native language. That could be. And then you also have maybe the other side of things where the culture is very foreign and there are more traditional beliefs and religious beliefs, but there's a whole range of diverse things there. And so getting to know each one and their backgrounds, I think will be really important in just figuring out what their plan is educationally, what their strengths and weaknesses are, like you said. And then just a couple of other tangible strategies from my experiences and also with their voices is I found that there's going to be a big technology divide and just teaching all the micro details. So if you're giving an assignment that asks to do a Google search, to how do you do a Google search? And that all of those little things, how to open a Word document maybe, all of those things will have to be taught, and that will probably be very overwhelming. And I found that anytime I was teaching, I just teach everything, teach every step. You can't assume a lot of things. So I think that's something really practical to build in those things while you're teaching. And then the language barrier, even with very fluent students, we're not just talking about language in how to converse, but it's about culture and language. And even very fluent students or the Fulbrighters who were here, they struggled with sort of understanding what these cultural references were. And one of my students, she said, I got 100% on all the math tests, but I couldn't explain how to solve an equation in English because I didn't know what a fraction, the word fraction or numerator or denominator. So all of those things were really important. Anyway, so that's, I hope there are some tangible strategies in there, and I'll let Meg respond. Thank you.
I feel so disorganized because I made notes, I had ideas, and then I've been adding and now just sorting through that without sounding super redundant. And but really, I hope that what I'm saying amplifies what everyone else has said, because there's so many amazing nuggets. And I think, so many ways that we're on the same page, even coming from different backgrounds, different experiences. Yeah, it was really fun. I really appreciate, Amy, that you talked to past students and colleagues to bring in your ideas. I didn't have that opportunity, but I had these visions of faces in my brain of past students, particularly those from Afghanistan. And that was really, really fun to just revisit in that way. Couple tangibles, I think, getting to know students and ways to do that, and in terms of partner work. And I loved how the conversations, Eileen mentioned the conversation circles, doing that in a classroom, being really cognizant of how your classroom is structured. Another point she made about welcoming, belonging, etc. Providing opportunities for conversation, especially if you have a diverse number of languages. That was something I benefited from greatly. And teaching ELs, it was having so many languages in the classroom and so much interest in each other, and finding that common language in English. So when it is language or English focused, that was really helpful. So thinking about the structure of your classroom, thinking about opportunities for sharing and for partnering with, if it's within language or within different language groups. Also, it's been mentioned, what are students bringing, as Marisa said, and I love the garden analogy. Is just beautiful, and your plant in your background is just bringing it all home. So thank you for that. Also, I think Eileen mentioned something that reminded me of very early in my career being part of the SEED project, and something that I think is coming around, but the idea of being a window and a mirror and providing as many opportunities for students to see themselves in the curriculum and to share of themselves, and again, increasing how students. Tangibly, that would look like different opportunities for writing, different opportunities for interviewing, telling their stories, gathering information. One thing that I thought of as well that was really important to keep in mind and is providing choices, and giving students a sense of agency and a part in their education. A huge thing that came from in high school, I think, was that many students worked formally and informally in the countries that they came from, whether it was their country of origin or where they lived, and acknowledging that, and not necessarily affirming child labor. And this isn't something that but just the role that they played and the importance it was in forming their identity and their place in their family. And I think that's something that we may not have had that background or those experiences. And, for a student who is in high school or maybe even older than some of our traditional high school student aged in the US, acknowledging that they've had this background, this career even, and that gives them a different feeling, being in a classroom with different kinds of rules. Again, Eileen mentioned rules and how they fit. Having to follow rules that are quite different, whether it's cultural or whether it's because they spent time doing something very radically different than sitting in a classroom and changing rooms when the bell rang. So that acknowledgement, I think, is really important. So broadly, I think, and hopefully that brings in the tangible pieces. And again, I have so many notes spread all over that. Hopefully I'll be able to bring it all together. But really, just so many good nuggets today.
Amy or Marisa, do you want to jump in and respond at all or add anything?
Yeah, so like Meg, I felt like, I was jotting down ideas and then I came across a link, or I was researching more. I came across with welcoming, registering, and supporting newcomer students, a toolkit for educators of immigrant and refugee students in secondary school. So it's in the chat. It's rich and it's best practices based on research. So if you want to look at page 5 of that link, it tells you how to build that support, how to register the students, how to welcome, how to integrate in the school, or how to include them in the school, and how to build their capacity. And I felt like, oh, wow, this research is really validating practices that I do in my class. And so it makes me feel like, okay, wow, this is awesome. I'd like to share this with our participants today. But really, I would start I would say I have 3 here. So be a gardener, be a cultivator. And when you're a cultivator, you're providing conditions for growth, and that is sense of belonging. We start with a sense of belonging, which Eileen talked about earlier. Knowing yourself and knowing your biases, because sometimes we think that because the students cannot speak English, they don't know a lot of things. Well, the opposite could be true, right? I have students who they cannot articulate their thinking in English, but they have really broad knowledge of the world. And so how do you know those if we are not really peeling up and really knowing our students really well? So it's important for us to not just give the assessment in English and then base that placement on that result. There's so many ways for us to find out what assets our students are bringing. Have a conversation, get to know them. And because I do that as part of my practice, even students who graduated already from my class, they invite me to their homes. It's a cycle. It's like, and these students become the role models for other students. And so we are really cultivating more cultivators so that our gardens are growing and thriving. I would say, yeah, Megan, I agree. We need to provide those resources where students see themselves in our curriculum. Yesterday, I pulled out an essay written by our student, and students were asking me and said, "Who is that student? Is she from here?" I said, "Yes." So you can be a writer like this student. So providing that mirror and saying that, hey, this student actually really believes that we can do it. And so when I asked the students, what do you think? What else? So engaging them in a conversation that is really relevant and applicable to them and empowering them. Use their stories to amplify the students that we are serving. And, that's the way how we can make education relevant. Use their stories, co-create stories that they can use to really advocate for what they need. We have the sustainability ambassadors, and so we're starting Girls Who Code, and I would like to tie in everything so that they have the voice, they have the power, and they feel that they belong. And not only they belong, but they are elevating others' voices while helping the community, because that's what they need. Belonging is not simply putting them in a group, but really empowering them and uplifting their voices. I would say also invite speakers in the community who look like them. So we have the city council candidate, and I would like to invite her in my classroom because she was a refugee herself, and she finished her doctorate degree in March. And so I would say I would like her to be in my classroom so she can empower more students who are also refugees. I would say create opportunities for students. So like this Girls Who Code, this was an opportunity, a space that wasn't present in our school, but because I saw that opportunity, I created that for our students. Last year during the pandemic, there were 30 students in the Girls Who Code. Had we not had that Girls Who Code, I don't know where this, where the students would be engaging in. So it provided that space for them to belong, to advance their skills, and to dream big and see possibilities.
Marisa, you're reminding me of the girls group that was the robotics team that had some, that just, I think they were just granted asylum. I'm not sure of their refugee status coming out of Afghanistan. And it actually makes me want to ask Amy, because of your background, is there anything about sort of some, I know, again, I keep going back because I don't want to generalize, but at the same time, a lot of us are very new to thinking about Afghanistan and Afghan culture. Is there anything about like school norms, cultural norms around schooling in Afghanistan that as the listeners today think about these incredible strategies the three of you are presenting, how can we also be thinking about how to do these things, creating groups, conversation, storytelling, knowing that there are going to be some differences in the way the incoming students perceive schooling? So yeah, Amy, if you could share any of that perspective, that'd be great.
Sure. I mean, the Afghan education system is based pretty much on rote learning and memorization in terms of so I think some students struggle with that critical thinking piece. Even if you're like, this is critical thinking, here's what it is, but getting that takes some time. It needs some nurturing, scaffolding, and that's sort of, when I was teaching in Afghanistan, I was trying to inject this in my own classrooms, and I recall a big failure I had, which I think is important to share, and I'll try to laugh about it. But at the first exam that we had for the students, and this was like pre-service teachers, I gave them an exam, and after 5 minutes, half of them walked out in protest. And that was because I thought that I was breaking it down enough and cultivating this critical thinking about the topics we were talking about in teacher training. And so some of them were like, half of them, I guess, were like, oh, cool, let's try this out. And the other half was like, no, we've been succeeding at memorization and learning, and we're really, really good at that. And this test is, and they were seniors too, and we're about to leave. And so this is really altering my reality. And so it took some, negotiations and sort of sitting down with this group of students and talking about like how we can support them better, how we can take a retest, and what things could we, maybe some things that I was doing at that time were too much to introduce at that time in an exam, and how can we scaffold it a little bit better. So that's just an example of my failure that I think is really an important example, because it was just my lack of understanding of how much that was instilled in the education system, and how students have been rewarded and praised for being good at memorization. And there's opportunities for that in the classroom too, where you can leverage, memorizing things. But it also takes away from that brain space of where you can think critically and connect those experiences, or connect that content to your experiences, so then you internalize it. And then that will be the aha moment for the students. Like, oh, okay, let me get away from this memorization, because actually I'm learning it and live it while I'm living it, right? Like that, as we know, what's the experiential learning and that kind of thing. I think once they get that and understand how that's also learning, But it was a big learning curve for me. And it will be different, obviously, for coming into the US and being so immersed. And I was the foreigner and introducing foreign concepts there. But I think some of these same lessons apply. And then I think that also extends to plagiarism and just what that is. And if in a culture where like memorization and being able to repeat verbatim, and then, but wait, plagiarism, but I'm good at that, and how to cite things and how to rephrase them. One of my students that I reached out to, he suggested this resource. Let me see if I can find it really quickly, where that a session on plagiarism, which was called How to Plagiarize Like a Hero. And then he said that changed his life, because it was like, you can plagiarize, but you just have to cite it and paraphrase it. And it's not plagiarism then. So I think all of those things are important to sort of transfer over, and they'll take time for students to sort of get. And that concept extends into everything, like assessments, just presentations, like, okay, presenting, you think, okay, I'll just present back what I read, exactly. But then connecting it again to the experiences. So all different types of assignments in the classroom, as you know, as teachers, involve that we expect so much critical thinking, I think really need to be spelled out a bit more and take time to cultivate and practice. And then I think you said something else about norms. I think just back to what I said about just different families and structures. Just traditionally, there are like gender segregated classrooms and not much interaction. But I think it really does depend on the individual and how comfortable they are with that and the family. And so I think that's just a wait and see type of thing. And also the age group, so.
Yeah, I was just going to add that to individualize as much as possible. We can look at sort of what things have been, but also it was always surprising to me who went to school. Often it was not who I expected. It was not the oldest. It was the younger. And sometimes I would say, oh, okay, so it would be the boys are going to school, but sometimes it would be the girls that had gone to schools and the boys had been working. So that was something just to keep in mind, again, that individual focus and getting to know students and allowing for that. And to add to what Amy was saying, I really appreciate the plagiarism and the rote learning. That's and that I have to look at that, how to plagiarize like a hero. That's brilliant. But providing as much structure as possible, and maybe that looks like sentence strips or discussion builders that can be used in a variety of different classes. I know in TUSD that that's a math training that we have. So saying I agree with Amy and or I'd like to present this, and really giving the words to produce that and to help sort of the individual thoughts, or just to take out as many possibilities, or just give as much structure as possible so that students can come up with the words on their own, and as few words maybe as necessary in the earlier days. So.
Thank you. I have, we're getting close to that half an hour mark where I really want to ask some questions that are coming up in the chat, but I have a question that I'm going to ask you, and then I'm also going to ask folks to think about in the breakout rooms when we move into that, because it will relate both to Eileen's session and this one. So, and actually it's a question that somebody from our community here today asked earlier, or a point that they made. So we're talking a lot about educating and welcoming incoming and newly arriving refugees. What about educating everybody else? So what about, helping others? Like Marisa, you talked about storytelling as this way to affirm the experiences of our students with each other, amongst each other, and elevating students. So yeah, I would love to hear your perspective on what is an educator's role in educating others about refugees, about other cultures. Is it our job? Is it, how do you do this in your spaces? What do you think?
Well, Sarah, I think we have great opportunities to do that. And thank you, the Refugee Educator Academy. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Julie. and Diana and everyone here for all the work that you do, because we can be the ambassador for this work. And I feel like as a teacher, another role that I have is being an ambassador of knowledge. And I share it widely. And there are people who are good at receiving information, and there are people who are not ready to receive information. And so I would start with people who are ready to receive information. And there are people who would just jump in when they think that they are ready to do this work. And remember, we are in the midst of the pandemic. But we have to address our own personal issues before we address other issues. We cannot take care of other people if we do not take care of ourselves. So I think it's important for us educators to really take care of our well-being so we can be of service to others in a way that we're joyful as we serve. Because when people see joy in you, I feel like they are more willing to participate in the work that you do. And so that's my that's my thing. I feel like, hey, look at what I'm doing. And people would just ask and they jump in. And that's how I build my community. In our equity team, in our, first refugee educator academy, or the Refugee Education Foundation of Practice, I would say it expanded because I felt like I was able to be, an ambassador for other teachers. And so just be yourself and bring joy to any spaces that you are in. And I'm not sure if I'm giving that joy. People here right now.
I feel your joy. I feel it. Amy and Meg, what about you? What do you think about helping other students, other educators to really to think about what's incoming refugees?
I think it'll be a nice idea to look for opportunities for cultural exchange and awareness, and like Marisa said, if people are open to it, for those who are willing to receive and participate. And if there are opportunities to, celebrate a holiday together at the school, or to organize events like that, I think an iftar during Ramadan, those kind of things can be community building, could get communities involved, maybe parents, and so people can, talk, exchange stories, and bring that into the school community space.
Yeah, I think really taking an asset-based approach is super important, and reminding people, I guess this is maybe, I appreciate the joy in the community, and then also we don't get to choose who our students are. They are our students, and we are assigned to educate all. And so sometimes that reminder needs to be in place as well. So finding those who are interested, and I think there's genuine human interest in students and families of refugee background, and so providing as much clear information. Marisa mentioned the Refugee Practice Educator Academy and Foundations of Practice, and yes, going to the experts, going to those who know, and getting a really, really solid background is super, super key. And acknowledging that often those, who are teaching, the majority of international students are the ones who have to answer the questions and have to be the experts even when they may not be ready to, but stepping up and doing that, finding the joy is very, very important, keeping that in place. And then also just keeping in mind that it is the job of an educator to educate all of those who are in the school, and that we are all, everyone who enters, we are all educators of those students, regardless of the background. So another thing that, talking about family, I understand that maybe we're limited on campus in terms of volunteer opportunities because of the pandemic requirements and restrictions. But when those opportunities present, and if they are easier to do via Zoom because families are working and they can jump on their phone and participate in some type of school community meeting, to make sure that those invitations are made, to look for other opportunities. I had a chance to provide help support citizenship classes for families who were approaching that time period. And that was really, really rewarding and really fun. It was not a hugely attended event, but those who did, had a chance to meet each other and learn a bit as well. So looking for those opportunities and what the needs are in the community, what they're looking for. And whether it's employment support, whether it's childcare support, whether it's just community or communal engagement, trying to make that happen.
Such an important reminder that's come up again and again today about schools and resettlement agencies partnering, community organizations being part of the conversation, part of the work. So thank you for reiterating that. We do have some questions I'd love to ask. And one comes from somebody who works in a newcomer center who's been getting questions from teachers in her district about norms around social grouping, creating student groups. Is there anything that educators or counselors might, or administrators might want to be thinking about? Again, it's hard to generalize, as presenters have said all day. We can't. This is a very diverse country with different cultural norms amongst different groups. But there's a related question: are there tensions between cultural groups that people should know about, and also just in general, any norms that folks should know about when they're thinking about organizing their classroom spaces?
Thank you, Sarah, for that question. So I co-teach biology, and so we put our students in groups. And I think it's important for us to really know our students so that we know how to group them. I would say with our Muslim students, the girl students and the boy students, they seem to not work well together. They tend to not want to work together. So in our grouping, I want to make sure that I respect that choice, that the choice that they have. And so I want to make sure that all my girls, Muslim students, are with another students who they feel comfortable sharing. I also want to see other cultures. Let's say, our Latina girls, they seem to be they're very social. They are more courageous when it comes to, more daring when it comes to dressing up. And our Muslim girls, of course. And so I kind of talk to my Latina girls because they are daring. And I said, hey, we are diverse here, and we want to make sure that everyone is respected. And this is the case with our Muslim girls, and this is the case for you. And so I would like us to all be respectful. And the following day, this girl that I talked to, she came all dressed up nicely, covering her body. And because she understood now that, oh, okay, now we are diverse and they're different. It's just really talking to your students and making sure that you invite conversation, and it's not like kind of disciplinary or something that's a brush up for other students. Respectful conversation, I think, is very important. Knowing where they're coming from, having that lens of empathy when we have conversation with our students. And I would say really teach them, interact with them beyond what you're teaching. Know their stories and use those stories as an example when we deliver instruction, I would say. Also, I would say group students, according to use the assets that they have already. Some students are really good at leading, and so providing expectations and roles for them where they would thrive is really important.
Thank you.
I don't have much more to add. I think Marisa covered it all. But I just want to sort of emphasize, I think just you can asking, I think I always ask students, what do you feel comfortable with? And some of them are like, yes, we want to be grouped with the boys, and the boys want to be grouped with us. So I think that I also had worked in other Middle Eastern contexts. So I feel you can't generalize all people and all cultures. And I think that some people, like in Afghanistan, it was, mandated in some places. So if they had the choice would have maybe been different. So I think giving the choices is helpful, because just because you're used to something doesn't mean you don't want to try something else. And I think you, in some ways, coming to a new place, you get a reset. in some ways. Of course, you hold on to things, but even me, I was really a shy child. And when I moved to a new school when I was 9, I was like, I'm not going to be shy anymore. Reset, definitely different from being a refugee. There's a lot of other social emotional things, but I think there are some that these could also be opportunities for change. And so that's maybe a good, a one way, not a good way, a one way that you could approach it is just seeing how they're feeling, and like Marisa said, talk to them, establish these relationships. It'll be really important.
Yeah, really establishing the relationships, talking to the students. I think that's the most important things. I think it's really easy sometimes to get hung up on what we hear, and that we hear there are divisions within a population or a refugee group, and then structure things accordingly. Amy makes a really good point at time for a reset, and Marisa talking with other students and having those relationships to be able to have those conversations is super, super important. So work on those pieces, work on getting to know the students coming in, working on being able to ask them what their feeling is before making sort of decisions about where people are going to sit based on, what you think might suit them better based on, outside voices. So, and ideas of organization.
Thank you. There's a couple of questions about inclusion and especially for folks coming in and who might need things. And so one example of these kinds of questions that are coming in is about at Christmas time, for people who celebrate Christmas, there are donation drives. And so I imagine that there will be churches, Christian churches around the country who want to donate to incoming Afghan refugees. And it becomes this Christmas thing, and that's maybe not appropriate for a Muslim family. So the questions are, how do you advocate for inclusivity around holidays in general, but also around these very well-intentioned, opportunities, but that are tied to Christian or things that don't connect to the Afghan community? And that's kind of a big question. I'd love to know your answer for this.
I think the partner agency is a big piece here. Those groups can help guide this sort of giving. I think it's really helpful to have those that are feeling generous and feeling like they want to participate and want to be a part of helping others. So not to squash that, but to be able to try to give parameters of maybe unwrap things, or generate a list within the school or within the agencies of what is really needed, so that there aren't others putting, everybody needs an Instapot kind of mentality, when really, just a regular pot would be much more advantageous, or some cash. I had, for personal experience, I had a lot of students who would mention celebrating Christmas, even though I knew their families were not Christian. And sometimes that was a language thing, and sometimes it was just an idea of it's a holiday and we celebrate. And then also New Year's, and this is again a different calendar than all countries and all cultures use, but with the New Year that is celebrated December 31st, that can also be an occasion to rally around and focus on. That seems to be somewhat less religious based, so that could be helpful. But those are a couple of things that come to mind.
Thanks.
Hi, I have a question. Is it inappropriate for me to have unmuted myself?
No, it's fine. It's great. I just want you to know that I was going to wrap up our session because it's very important to us that folks get into breakout rooms in the next minute. So ask your question because we've got a minute.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much for your generosity. But my question has to do with transparency and the level of transparency, because yes, our focus is the refugee student, but we also have a classroom full of other students. And how much should the educator share with the other students so that they understand, and that animosity and biases don't form against these students, the refugee students, because they're needing more of our attention? Because Marisa talked about transparency and building that relationship to a great degree, but I've got 20 other students, and I just don't want animosity to form. Thank you.
All right, so 30-second soundbite from each of you. And then why don't we send that question into our breakout rooms as something for everybody to talk about, because we have so many experts in this space. And Jacinta, I'm thinking that is your first name based on what I see, but that is a great question. So yeah, so let's hear from our panelists, and then we'll go into breakout rooms and continue that question along with some others.
Thank you.
Well, Jacinta, thank you for that question. That's a great question. You know, we really want to form that or develop that inclusiveness, and sense of belonging. And so, one practice that I did to make sure that everyone has a voice and seen in that is like, what are the celebrations that we celebrate in December? And so it's not just, you know, one religion or one group of students, and really embracing the diversity in the class. And so when I talk about, let's say, Ramadan, I would also talk about Christmas. I would also talk about other things, other celebrations. And it's really just being aware of who are in the classroom and what do you do. I'll make that short.
Yeah, I think it all goes back to relationships and the relationship that you establish with all of your students, and really doing that consistently from the start with expectations of how you treat each other, how you interact, and who gets what and why. And it's really an equity issue, and understanding that to its fullest. So I don't mean to be super, super broad, but really just as much as you can nurture your relationships with and between all of those in your classroom.
I know we only have a second, so I'll just give the student voice. Actually, when I reached out to my colleagues, this was one thing that they said, that they don't want to be treated differently, that they wanted to be the same as everybody else. Of course, maybe need some peer mentors or additional ELL support, but they wanted to, and they didn't want to be said, oh, you have such good English. He just wanted to be the same as everybody. And so I think that's an important thing to think about from their point of view as well.
Thank you so much, panelists. You've given us a ton to think about. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday. Let me throw up the slide with your names again in case folks want to get in touch with you more, especially if they live in your area. So thank you. Let's go into some breakout rooms and talk about what we've been hearing from Eileen's presentation and from Meg, Amy, and Marisa. Some questions to think about are this great question from Jacinta. What are you doing to cultivate community in your classroom, to talk transparently about equity and what that means, to help everyone feel included? And also thinking back to Eileen's presentation, what are some strategies for creating welcoming spaces in your teaching and learning context? So everyone's context is going to be a little bit different. So what do you think, listening to Eileen and to our panelists, and thinking about Maharia's presentation this morning, what's going to maybe work for your context in welcoming these newcomers to our country? Same thinking about your context, what about some teaching tools, some strategies that you heard from our panelists or within your small group, sharing some strategies that you think might work? And then I think an important question, what challenges do you anticipate? And what do you imagine might help you and your students through these challenges? We'd also really love it if, since we're such a big group today, which is awesome, we'd love it if you could either designate somebody or each of you kind of think about a big takeaway from this next 15-minute conversation to put in our chat so that folks can kind of get a sense of what people were talking about in the other rooms. I want to respect our next presenter's time, but I also want to respect the breakout session. So we're going to actually make it a little bit shorter, I think. I'm checking in with my colleagues. Jeremy, do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so Jeremy will have the timer going for you. The questions will be in the chat. Please take a moment to discuss this, grab a glass of water, say hello to a colleague if you know someone in your room, and we'll see you back here in about 11 minutes.
Hi, can you put me in a breakout room, please? I was going into number 10. I got bumped out.
Yes, we will do that. Thanks, Nancy.
Moment.
Hey, Jeremy, I don't know if you're in there, but I accidentally got kicked off. I was wondering if you could put me in room 5.
Who is that speaking?
Selena Mahoney.
Yeah, I can add you back in.
Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. I hope that you had a productive time in your breakout rooms, got some good ideas for what you might do tomorrow. Oops, excuse me. I wanted to say another thank you to our panelists. It was so lovely to hear from you. I learned from each of you, and I feel just like with each of our presentations today, just energized, inspired, resolved. I mean, these sort of sound like cliche words, but I mean it. I am just more resolved that I can do something tangible to welcome Afghan students and families as they are newly arriving into the United States. So thank you so much for your words of wisdom and your passion and experience. Meg, one of our panelists, pointed out something that I think is a great segue into our next presentation, our final presentation of the day. She said she wanted to emphasize that
that we know a lot about human development outside of refugee experiences or trauma, and that these young people and their families who are coming in are also needing us to consider what's developmentally appropriate for their age and not just for their status as a refugee. So thank you so much for that reminder of attending to the whole child, the whole person, and their brain and their heart. And with that, I am thrilled to introduce our final presenter of the day, who will be talking to us about attending to mental health and well-being, perspectives from a psychologist who resettled from Afghanistan as a high school student. So this is Weiss Cairndish. He's a licensed associate counselor and earned his associate's degree in sociology from Scottsdale Community College. He graduated from Northern Arizona University with a bachelor's degree in psychology, and he earned his Master of Arts degree from Adler University in counseling with a concentration in sport and health psychology. If you Google his name, you'll find out he is quite a famous athlete. Weiss has had extensive experience working with collegiate and professional athletes through the use of performance psychology. Weiss is currently certified as a trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapist. In addition, Weiss is a child and adolescent trauma professional through the International Association of Trauma Professionals. Weiss, thank you so much for being here. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Can everybody hear and see me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let's see, I will, and then let me know if this shows up, because once I press present, I can't see. Well, first of all, I'm sorry.
No problem. While you do that, Weiss, I'm just going to ask folks to remember people are posting some great takeaways from their small groups in the chat. So thank you for that. And just as a reminder, if you have questions as Weiss is going through his presentation today, please post them in the chat and we'll save time for that Q&A in just a little bit after his presentation.
Okay, I apologize. Let's see. All right, can my screen be seen?
It is in like your view versus the big presentation. Yeah, perfect.
How about that?
Thanks. Perfect. Thank
All right.
you.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction, Sarah. I very much appreciate it. And again, thank you all for attending throughout this day, and hopefully I'll make this as engaging as possible, and have you all walk away with some of my personal and professional experience as it relates to just working and taking into consideration the mental health needs of refugees, particularly the Afghan students that you'll be seeing. So with that being said, I do want to express my gratitude to each and every one of you. I know that the time that you're devoting to the students and have already devoted is so essential to everybody's overall development, and just planting that, just paving that path forward for them to see a little bit of hope and future for themselves. And it's quite significant. So thank you so much. Let's see. So with that being said, I am going to, again, primarily talk about the mental health needs, but also, discuss some of the barriers that I've seen in my work with Afghan students and both boys and girls and men and women, and what I've done to kind of navigate through the challenges that come both in terms of linguistics, cultural expectations and whatnot. So that kind of brings me to the title of my presentation. It's the cost of calm. One of the first times I came into, the only time I came into the United States as a refugee, one of the things I was told from the beginning was how proud every single person that I met was of me for how calm I was, given everything that I had just went through. As nice as that was, one of the things as I learned later on in through personal experience and as I became a trauma specialist, is that calm isn't always necessarily the best way to predict the future in terms of it being safe and secure and healthy. In fact, it's people who show a sense of calmness right after crisis and going through traumatic events show that they're likely actually to show more symptoms of post-traumatic stress later on, such as just severe anxiety, sleep disruptions, just flashbacks and everything else that you can think about. And the reason why I mentioned that again is last week I was working at one of the military bases in Virginia, and I actually heard that exact same, comment from a very nice individual who had great intention to one of the one of the kids that we were processing, and they said, well, it's incredible how calm you all are despite the chaos you're going through. I didn't say anything at that moment, but it just kind of took me back that the cost of being calm is only kind of going to come out later on, as you'll kind of see throughout my presentation. So let's see. Okay, so just a quick overview of what I'm gonna try and cover. I try and my goal is to break it down into 3 different segments, and presenting just my overall journey, just some of the highlights and lowlights from my early experiences in Afghanistan, as well as just kind of going through the whole resettling process, many of you that are familiar with that, and just kind of getting adjusted to the educational system here in the States. And then hopefully I'll transition into discussing some of the journey of your students that you'll likely be exposed to through not only what you've already seen, but also hopefully through their stories if they feel the need to share and when they're ready to share. And just the battle that they had to kind of live through to show up to your classroom. And then finally, I want to close out with talking about what your journey may look like. I mean, many of you are deep into that journey, and I'm grateful to have you all serve in that role. But just some takeaways for you as well in terms of what your journey might look like. It could be similar to this, different, but overall, just kind of implementing some personal experience and research to help navigate that. Overall, just my hope with this is just to provide, again, sense of my own personal and professional insight, the highs and lows, the research, and the things to do and not to do, to hopefully turn your curiosity and compassion into a helping hand for the students who really rely on your expertise, on your care, particularly as they are dealing with the grief and shock and all the pain that they've gone through. And hopefully you'll lead the way to restoring some hope in their lives. So starting with my own journey, my journey started again in Afghanistan. And for me, when I was 2 months old, that was a very significant part of my life. That's when, unfortunately, my dad passed away, but the significance wasn't necessarily his death, but not having a male figure in the family in a country that's mostly patriarchal and just only ensures that there is men who have to lead the family. So that kind of left my mom with 4 young kids. I was the youngest one at 2 months old, and then there was a year, 2 and 3 years old for my siblings. And it was difficult at that time. I can't imagine what she went through, but in a nation where women are not seen and heard, it was difficult for me to see later on as I grew up, as I was actually the boys in the family were now given the task to accompany women. So my sister and my mom, places where the roles would be reversed here, particularly because we were just male. And so it was at a very young age that I kind of learned that there was that big gap and difference when it came to gender expectations and whatnot. I knew it culturally, but the Taliban made sure of it, that there was the other aspect of it too. So with all these things that I kind of experienced at a very young age, that kind of took me to a survival mode response. And so in that sense, what I did is I had very, very difficult time when it came to just responding to small situations, as far as the constant and toxic stress goes, almost kind of feeling a sense of feeling decapitated, but at the same time survives and need to say the right thing, even though that at times it could cost you quite a lot in terms of your life, the livelihood of your family. And actually came in a very, very harsh manner. I had already been experienced to them, but to me, one of the days when I was actually accompanying my mother to, as you've read, perhaps there's constant checkpoints of Taliban to just check to see if everybody's behaving, following the Sharia law and dressing appropriately. And one of the Taliban members actually noticed that my mom's toenails were showing under her burqa. And that she had nail polish. And so as a result of that, they made an example out of her in terms of what not to do when it comes to women utilizing makeup, to just because they wanted to make sure that that was how they wanted their rule of law to kind of go by. So in terms of my educational experience, I actually didn't go to school at all from the age of 0 to until I was 10 years old, actually, when I came into the United States. One, because of just the high cost of education, and then not having anyone to pay for us. But what we actually did at a very young age is somehow my mom guided the 3 boys in the family to go ahead and, sell plastic bags at the local market and make some of that money, and then actually send our sister to a private at-home schooling, because she saw the value of it, even with everything that she was dealt with. And my journey in Afghanistan kind of came to an end when we first were trying to leave Afghanistan, but the Taliban kept preventing a lot of refugees and Afghans from leaving. And so it was a very difficult journey to try and get to Pakistan, because one, Pakistan itself, it was very hard to get into, and two, the Taliban made sure that no Afghan families tried and resettle there, because they knew that Pakistan had their way resources and NGOs who would help refugees resettle, which when we got to Pakistan, we actually applied for a resettlement program through IOM. And it took us about 2 years to actually hear back. And when we did, it was a complete surprise to us. And then the journey of that was even more difficult than I thought I could have gone through. But thankfully, having mom on the side was definitely a great blessing to know that she was consistently gonna put her life at risk to get us out. And so that was ultimately like our the great escape for us, because in fact, not only did we have the Taliban to escape, but at this time around, my uncle was quite religious based, and he didn't want us to go to the United States. So it was very difficult to try and get away from him. But ultimately, thankfully we were able to do that. So that kind of brought us into the United States. I think I was the only one who knew some English, and all I knew was how to say, hi, how are you? And no matter what anyone responded, I would always say, good, thank you, and you, no matter what anyone ever said. And so it almost kind of, for me, looking back, and I've talked to my siblings and a few other friends who have resettled since then, what that initial few months was here for us. And for me, it felt like almost kind of taking like an individual who was caged all their life, and then kind of letting them into the open, and in some ways giving them no choice, but in other ways giving them too much choice to kind of run with it. And so that we kind of saw that throughout our experience in terms of the resettling process and everything. Appointments you have to attend, whether you want to or not, the lack of guidance that you have, and all of that kind of was my first few months into the United States. And I didn't recognize the traumatic aspect of my experience up until about 2 or 3 weeks, 2 or 3 months after leaving Pakistan. And the reason and the way I was reminded was because in Afghanistan, and I was never used to having, quiet nights where it was without noise, without gunshots and things of that sort. And so if you know and understand trauma and the way brain processes trauma, it's the silence is oftentimes where the anticipation and the worry kind of kicks in, because you recognize what's about to come. And so there's many sleepless nights for me, feeling like, why was it so quiet? Why was it so silent? Because my body tended to remember what had happened to just myself and the hundreds of other Afghan refugees, in terms of being in a almost a war zone type a situation. And so I could never regulate my body and whatnot. One of the resources I hope that you all look at, and I'm sure being that you're in this field, many of you have heard of it, but The Body Keeps the Score is an excellent book that reminds, that overviews exactly how our body tends to remember trauma, whether it's sexual abuse, psychological abuse, any sort of traumatic experience that we've had. And it's definitely a great read, so that you can have that insight in terms of the adverse reaction your students may have as a result of what they have gone through, even if they have all the safety in the world here. And then finally, United States was actually the first time that I was ever exposed to school and what it meant to go to school. Thankfully, it was public school, so we didn't have to worry about paying for it. But the adjustments of going into school was quite painful. And the journey actually of trying to recover and understand what it was going to be like took me a few years of both trouble and sorry about that, of trouble and
voice, we're having some trouble hearing you. We turned off your camera to try to make the strength better, and it was, but now we've cut out again, I think.
Anyway, that's Mama. Okay. Is it still bad right now?
Oh, sorry. It's better now. Yeah, we still have your camera off, but
okay.
As long as that's okay with you.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem. Sorry about that.
Great, thank you. No, okay. No worries, thanks.
I don't know what the last thing that was heard. I would hate to repeat, but I also don't want to.
Yeah, you were talking about how school, there was some real challenge just being in school for the first time, as that came with coming to the United States.
Right. Yeah. So that's exactly. And right after that, I was saying that that's actually my mom in her first year here. She had to get a job, and that was after school. That was one thing I always looked forward to, seeing her, because I did have a lot of actually separation anxiety because of previous times that I had gone through some things. So that was. An adjustment for her to have to not only work and be given the freedom to work, but to be away from her 4 kids who she did everything to protect and nurture. So that brings me to I've had incredible teachers, one of whom actually is here, Miss Julie Casper. I'm so grateful for everything that she's done for me and my siblings. Actually, in high school, she was our English teacher. But initially, when I got introduced to the school system, I was just very, very scared. And one, I didn't understand the language, I didn't understand the culture, and 2, I didn't have a sense of trust in a lot of adults, as that was one of the things that was missing in my life. And the trust that I did have was at times too much and at other times not enough. And so that actually brought me to the math class of Miss Darcy Menton. She's actually currently working at the school, the Vail School District in Tucson. And I'm just, again, so grateful for everything that she did for me that first year, as that was where I tended to demonstrate a lot of my own pain and my own anxieties. And again, as I mentioned earlier, some of the ways that trauma came back for me was I would have a lot of sleepless nights when I was in school. I would have a very, very hard time when it came to remembering homework or how to do it, and just kind of having that cognition and that sense of focus. And then particularly with math, just the problem solving skills, and then just on a day-to-day basis, not having that attention that was required when students required to sit there for 6 to 8 hours in a day. And so that took a big, big toll on my academic performance. There were times actually where my absences increased just because the anxiety tended to, reoccur over and over again. And at other times, I was suspended just because I didn't know how to navigate the cultural aspect. And one of the reasons that I struggle in that arena was I did come around the 2002. It was 9/11 was quite fresh in the minds and the hearts of everybody. And so when a few of my classmates had found out that I was from Afghanistan, unfortunately the negative side of them came out, and the hurtful side of them actually came out, and the name calling in terms of terrorism and whatnot came out. So not knowing how to regulate my emotions, not knowing, laws and norms and whatnot, I reacted in the only way that I knew in terms of how to protect myself. And I unfortunately got in some difficult, in some difficult moments of trying to navigate myself as it relates to the students, being a student. And then that actually continued on outside of the classroom. I had never had the opportunity to play sports, but I was introduced to after school tennis program. And again, because I just didn't know how to manage myself in a group setting and not knowing how to take turns and whatnot, I was kicked out of the, I got into a fight once again into the tennis group, and then got kicked out of the program. And thankfully, Miss Menton actually was one of the individuals who just drove me to say, hey, and she showed amazing patience and compassion and understanding for me. And she just encouraged me to always give me an option. And one of the things she said is hey, why don't you go run? And that's how my journey to running began. And thankfully, that took me to places that I really never imagined. So those are some of the things that myself and actually my siblings struggled with. But having Miss Menton was definitely by far one of the key reasons that I was able to make it to the other side rather than kind of continue to go down that path. So in terms of the journey of your students, as many of you know, and my journey was, it took 2 years of process in the home country in Pakistan to try and get us through to the United States. But for many of these, as you understand, fleeing the country, you saw the images, you saw the pain, you saw what they left behind, who they left behind. And this was made quite known to me when in the past 3 weeks I was at the refugee camp, and each one of them, whether there was children, young adult, or an elderly individual sitting in front of me, all they would talk about is what they've lost and who they've left behind and how they can get them back, and their identity and the country that they loved, and something that they can't ever have back. So in that time, hearing all those cases just remind me that when it comes to the journey of the students and the people that I was serving, the best thing I could do at that time was to listen. And so my key takeaway for here is to just do the best that you can to, again, practice in terms of listening and just receiving their stories with that as much compassion as you possibly can. And to be quite honest, as some of you have already experienced this, what you hear will make you, smile at times, and it'll make you cry, and it'll make you sad, it'll make you happy, hopeful, resentful, and everything in between. And in the midst of all that, just do your best to make this part of their story about the student. I know, like, as individuals and being compassionate caretakers and selfless, pain does get to us through vicarious trauma. And at times, the caretaker, the selfless part of us tends to be impacted because we know of the pain. We wish that we could do anything and everything for them. So in this part, just continue to be prepared to, again, show different hats. I'm sure you've been teachers, you've been therapists, you've been healers, again, caretakers, and will continue to serve all those roles throughout your teaching. But just continue to remember that the journey as a refugee, is something that's gonna impact them throughout their lives, and listening to their journey along the way is quite significant, as many of you have spoken out about that, which I'm grateful to each and every one of you. That being said, that I don't want to speak much on their journey. I do want to remind you all of a very, very significant study when it comes to childhood and the likelihood of adverse childhood experiences impacting us as adults. If you don't know the study, I would, the one thing, if you could take away from me, is to do some research and understand what adverse childhood experience is. There's an amazing TED Talk by Dr. Nadine Burks, I believe, from UCLA. And she talks about the importance of understanding the impact of abuse, neglect, and just overall household challenges on an individual as they grow up to be an adult. And one of the things that I recognize is, every single individual friend of mine that I did their ACE assessment, the average score for each one of them was 7 or higher. And the more you get to know the study, the more you'll understand the devastating factors and what that possibly could mean for their future. And just basically kind of going over it is, again, it's the likelihood of somebody going through one of these. There's 10 different areas that is measured, including different types of abuse, different types of neglect, and what you see in terms of domestic violence, substance use, mental illness in the family, and whether or not somebody's parent has been incarcerated. And the higher one scores, the more likely they are to have more severe and adverse health effects, psychological effects, relational, school challenges, and just understanding what that could mean for your students if their ACE is already at a 4 or 5, and trying to navigate and help them out throughout their hardship that's waiting for them at the end of this, as they go on, is significant, because one of the things that they found out that can negate the adverse impacts and mitigate this is if there's just one buffering caretaker. It could be a coach, it could be a janitor, it could be a teacher, it could be, again, a stranger at YMCA who just cares and understands the story of this individuals and gives them that hope. For me, thankfully, I had two, my mom and my teacher here when I got Miss Benton. So please look into this and see what you can do as it relates to just helping them through their ACEs. One of the things I wanted to go over is, again, it's hopefully this is a review for many of you, but just the overall impacts of trauma and how you may see it in a classroom. So again, I explained my lack of sleep and not being able to, and so I'm sure you as educators, you've seen students kind of early in the morning put their head down and not just fully be present and not have the sleep, and just that fatigue that they're experiencing, and just everything else that they have in your classroom is a direct result of the pain and the trauma they've gone through. And so rather than seeing their lack of confidence as them just not wanting to try harder, it's really they've never had somebody kind of believe or install that confidence within them, and encouraging them to participate and present them with avenues of where success and confidence could be built is definitely one of the things that will help them. In other ways, I know one of the things we talked about that's on this is many of the students that you'll see are incredibly smart, incredibly talented. And one way that they may show is like their sense for perfectionism, just because of this whole notion that I've been given this opportunity, I can't waste it. And so them kind of driving themselves to the ground just to be perfect, needing to allow for them to and explain that that's not necessarily the best way to go forward, and as teachers and as educators not to highlight perfectionism is necessary, because oftentimes that is actually a direct coping mechanism for a lot of the individuals who have gone through pain, who have gone through trauma. So just kind of keep that in mind. In terms of just overall understanding, just the diagnosis and the referral that you may give to, a school counselor, a psychologist, a therapist outside of your school, it's essential to remember that, there are many things when it comes to trauma and a few other diagnoses that can overlap. And so making sure that there's not misdiagnosis if they do go see a therapist, which I hope each and every one of them do, so that the label doesn't kind of carry them down the line and that doesn't impact them down the road. Let's see. And then what I'll do is I'll kind of end here with your own journey as educators. As again, you've already experienced, one of the things you should know is, again, your journey is the most significant one in assisting individuals, students, and their families rebuild back their lives and prevent and mitigate any negative consequences of their trauma. So in many ways, this is your turn to kind of answer that call that, they're kind of coming to your door. And then finally, a few quick pointers here is, perception is quite significant here. We saw different things on TV and we have our own understanding of what happened and what went on, but it's also significant to also kind of go back and see it from the lens of the individuals who went through that. And so understanding to not kind of bring in your perspective, but really more so listen to theirs is quite necessary. Again, with some individuals, you'll have them, open up to you in the beginning, and others may take you, months, if not years, for them to really feel that trust and feel for you to be that person to open up to. And then finally, again, it kind of continues in terms of making sure that you do, when providing compassion, when providing care, it's very significant to be mindful of boundaries. At the military base, I had to assist somebody in terms of providing therapy, and one of the individuals who again had great intentions said, "Hey, why don't you move closer to her so you can provide therapy?" And I had to remind her, culturally as a therapist, I can't, here it's encouraged that I move closer and maybe, put my hand on their shoulder to let them know that I'm there for them. But in that moment, it was inappropriate for me to get as close as she wanted me to. So just making sure that those things are followed as you are trying to take care of students who are coming to your door. And then finally, your self-compassion is so significant. So if you practice it yourself, it's going to be nice for the students to kind of see you taking care of yourself, and hopefully they'll do the same. So with that being said, I think I'm a little bit over time, but are there any questions?
Yes. There are questions. Thank you, Weiss, for this information. Thank you so much for sharing your story. It takes courage to share a story, and thank you for reminding us of the power of storytelling and asking each of us to listen to the stories of our students. The first question actually just came in, but it connects to something we heard in our first presentation today, that therapy is, our first presenter was saying that therapy or mental health counseling is not necessarily a big thing in Afghanistan, and that may even carry some stigma. So this question is, how would you recommend presenting the option of therapy or counseling to students and families in a way that would be more accepted and maybe even embraced?
So yeah, with that, I actually experienced quite a lot of it when I was at the military base. We had, thankfully, the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard providing their expertise in terms of their psychologists and psychiatrists, and they had a very, very hard time explaining, just the basic assessments that they were going through and what it meant for the individuals. So for me, it really came down to, meeting them with where they're at, but more so having them say, hey, like, you went through so much, like, how are you doing it? And then also recognizing that, and oftentimes, the significance of letting them know, like, you understand they've gone through a lot, and maybe not, down to the pinpoint, but you do understand, like, most of the individuals I was talking to, they just kind of, their facial expression changed, their heart kind of, like, took it back, or something, like, in terms of emotionally just kind of stuck there. And that's when I kind of had that opening to say, hey, like, you're feeling that pain. And oftentimes we can see it, and it's a very, very subtle thing. And as therapists, we're kind of trained for that to see, but you can see it too. And you can have that, weigh in and let them know, hey, you feel that pain, and that must mean something. So here, perhaps think about this just because of everything you've gone through, and here's how it might impact you. But also the stigma when it comes to mental health, that's one that is going to be an ongoing challenge, and you have to be very, very careful in terms of making it very individualistic. When it comes to family culture, family therapy, it's almost very, very non-existent, and you're going to have a very hard time because, again, there's different roles, there's different expectations, who gets time and who doesn't. But individually, you can kind of find that path by, like, letting them know, hey, you're going through a lot. Like, what we saw wasn't, something foreign to you. You experienced it. So is there a way that you want to talk? And if not, then simply kind of sitting with them is really going to be therapeutic too. So no, needing to make it formal, therapy isn't always necessary, because the concept is not just driven at home there.
Thank you. Another question that came in that I'm not sure how to ask. As a white person, I feel nervous about asking this question, I guess. But I'm going to. So the question is, how did you protect and insulate your heritage, your sense of culture and heritage, to continue to have pride in your culture, even as the portrayal of your country, the media that showed the Taliban and the violence and cultural, it showed one version of a country that you were trying to escape. And then, so how do you protect yourself and your sense of pride? And then for those of us white educators or non-Muslim, non-Afghan educators, how do we promote culturally sustaining pedagogy in our classrooms?
Yeah. Well, I think it's two layered here. The individual has to have that, that desire that they belong. I mean, I think for the first 25 years of my life, I honestly didn't think that, I belonged in this, community, because whether it was me going back into Afghanistan, I was told, like, you've been in America too long, so you're American. And then if I was here, people would see my passport, or, like, I would tell them I'm from Afghanistan. They'd be like, oh, so you're not from here. So in many ways, for me, it kind of that, those two cultures meshing provided me with some confusion, but also with some clarity. In that, I get to make that choice at the end of the day, who and what I identify with and by. And so for me, I had made it quite clear that, the suffering that I went through and the people that continue to go through in Afghanistan and other parts of the world, it's important for me not to run away from that, because for the most part, as much pain as I've gone through and as other students have gone through, it's also what's shaped them, right? Like, when you think about a pencil being useful. It's got to go through some painful part of sharpening to become useful and leave its mark on a paper. And I realized that and took that very late into life. But for me, it was just a difficult battle, because then self-esteem comes into play. And the more you encourage them to identify with themselves and have that self-esteem, the more you'll actually drive them to that. And then the second part of it is just continuing to, celebrate that person, celebrate who they are, celebrate what they're about. And when there are presentations, making sure that it's kind of like up to the individual to be as creative as possible. So if they want to write about like a particular thing they saw in Afghanistan, or simply like drawing the Afghanistan's flag because that's an identity being taken away from them, kind of giving them that. So but it is painful even for a lot of Afghans. For my siblings, actually, they have a hard time identifying just because of all the pain and stigma. And that's something that's going to be going on, not just in Afghanistan, but in a lot of other cultures, as we experience that right now here in the States and around the world.
Thank you. You got me with that pencil metaphor. It reminds us that all of us have also gone through something, and coming from a place of working on ourselves, as you said, and other presenters have said today. It's good to remember that we have to take care of ourselves to be able to listen well and take care of others. So thank you for that. One more question that is going back to something you said about your own journey at the beginning. Someone in our group has said she's hosting a family and they're coming soon. And she's wondering, what advice do you have for helping them through those first sleepless nights?
Oh boy. So it's going to be different for each individual, right? As adults, like we've somehow, convinced ourselves that we could take on adversity more and we're not going to be impacted just because we're adults, which is, it's a great coping mechanism for us to be like, no, well, we're fine. So making it very individual based. So like the mom is going to be impacted differently, the dad, the child, all of them are going to be. So for the child, they're just in this world trying to still, figure out like, oh, that's a ball. So for them, it's like kind of making sure you provide them with that safety. And if they are having adverse reactions in terms of crying and having sleepless nights, doing the best that you can to comfort them, but at the same time, getting them the help that they need. Whether it's additional resources, it's really going to take a team. I mean, I'm grateful this individual is hosting the family, but I hope you don't do it alone. I hope that you like reach out to your community and your support system to, and not necessarily feel like this is all on you, as despite you taking on that amazing thing that you're doing. But I would just kind of, again, and then ask the family, like, what is it that you need? Do you need a walk in the park? Do you need, time for yourself? Do you need to cook your favorite meal? What pots and pans do you need? Because it's not commonly used there. And just kind of, and if it's a different song that they like to hear first thing in the morning, playing that song, whatever the case may be, like kind of implementing their culture and their identity, because they lost a lot of it leaving. But in many ways, despite being, thousands of miles away from home, they can still listen to that beautiful song and kind of still get them to feel like, all right, or at least that voice, that noise is familiar to my heart.
Thank you. What a beautiful note to end on. I appreciate your sharing of your story today and giving us some rich ways of thinking about how we'll welcome newcomers into our country, some things that we're going to need to really keep in mind, and ways to help our newcomer Afghan Americans to sustain their own culture, even as they choose what parts of American culture they might want to try on. So thank you so much for sharing. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I just want to give a thank you to all of our presenters today. Just an amazing group of you to come together and share with us your wisdom and your ideas, your experiences, your stories on a Saturday. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who attended today. I do have a few follow-up items. So let me say first, something that we love sharing is a course that we run at the Refugee Educator Academy. It's called, you've heard it mentioned a couple times today, the Refugee Educator Foundations of Practice course. We will be running part 1 of the course starting on the 23rd. If you'd like to register, it closes on the 15th. There's a bit.ly there for you, and I will put it in our follow-up email. You can send me an email as well. And just so you know, this is an online course. It's mostly asynchronous, but it is facilitated, and we do create a cohort to give you that community of practice that is. It's so much of what we do at the Center for Learning and Practice. It's $150. There's a discount if you register teams of 5 or more. And in part 1, what we cover is deepening connections and building conditions for learning. So getting to know your refugee and migrant students, and that culturally sustaining and relevant pedagogy that's going to be so important to creating that open and welcoming community. And then we also talk about social emotional learning and trauma-informed practices. So lots of what was covered today, we get more into that. And it's for anybody. It's for any educator who works. You don't have to be in a classroom. We have district administrators, resettlement agencies, education folks. So please take a look at it. If you're interested, let us know. I will send out a follow-up email to everyone with some information. If you have any questions before you hear from me or after that, please do reach out. There's my email, rea.support@caryinstitute.org. We will be sending out a Padlet, and you can check it out right now if you'd like. It's got a lot of resources. I have my work cut out for me, adding all these amazing resources that were shared today by presenters and attendees alike. Thank you so much. And then, of course, we would love your feedback, because so much of what we do is co-creation using the language of our presenters today. And you, the educators of these young people and families, you creating this with us makes it stronger. So please, we love your feedback. It's really quick. You can use that QR code right there, or the survey is gonna pop right up at the end of this. Once again, just a huge thank you. Thank you to the Center for Learning and Practice. Thank you to Childhood Education International, and to everyone who is here. We can't do this without you. And I'm really excited for these families who are coming in, to get to know them and to be a richer country for it.
Sarah, thank you for your awesome facilitation and hosting today. Weiss,